say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, 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 honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty.
Yes, good afternoon, and welcome to Reason with Rattigan with your host, yours truly, Will, the Rebel Rattigan, on Reggae Global Radio, Facebook, and YouTube. Hope the week has been great for all of you. And for our brothers and sisters in Mandeville, we saw the drama that unfolded in your normally quiet town yesterday. Thankfully, no one was killed, and we pray for a full recovery of the injured parties. It was heartbreaking to watch that video, but that's the state of affairs. Let me give you an update on the foundation. because I've been receiving lots and lots of calls regarding this. I am still waiting for the bank to complete its KYC, know your customer. And that's their due diligence. They are trying to ensure that the foundation will not be used as a vehicle to commit fraud or money laundering. And I fully understand that. Because several foundations since COVID have been used to do exactly that, to commit crimes, fraud and money laundering. And so they're trying to prevent that. So they want to make sure they cross every T, dot every I. And I have no issues with that. Yesterday, they asked me for more information and said that nothing else will be required. I specifically asked them, do you need anything else? They said, no. Our KYC department says this piece of information is the last piece of information that we need before we approve the account. So in the meantime, I'll continue to ask for your patience as we move forward with this worthy cause. Let me say many thanks to all of you for tuning in, and please continue to like, share, and subscribe to my channel. Let me get the chat up. Greetings, everyone. Lana, Nereen, Dean. Can't hear me? I am low. Up, Christopher. Yes. Let me just play with the levels here a bit. Hopefully, you can hear me loud and clear. Loud and clear, Kehan. Good. Again, let me say many thanks to all of you for tuning in, and please continue to like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Big up to the young ladies in the channel who keep on telling people, like up the channel. I like that. Continue to do that. Technology issues. Because of the technical issues, last week I requested my internet service provider to monitor the program in real time. And except for the blurry video in the beginning, we didn't have a problem. Now, I was assured by them that the signal has been set to go directly from the Washington, D.C. area to New York and not around the world as it was. I was also told that the signal route can only be changed if deliberately done, meaning that, and I'm not changing it from the Washington, D.C. area to New York. That's the shortest distance. So if it's changed, they told me that if it's changed, somebody went in and changed the route. It's not good. So we shall wait and see. Bev, Patsy, Gypsy Girl, Marjorie, everybody, big up on yourself. Presentation. Catherine, yeah, keep your money. All right, thanks. Don't make it burn a hole in your pocket. Use your earphone for those who can't hear. Okay. As mentioned last week, starting today, I will start a series designed to teach the Jamaican Constitution to our people. The registered voters will be asked to vote on a referendum pretty soon or in the near future. And yet, most of us have never read the Constitution. Patricia, big up yourself. Sharon, Tensy Girl, vibing with the natural, welcome. Again, we're being asked to vote on a referendum and we've never read the Constitution. And some of us who have read the Constitution, we don't understand what we've read. Right? And additionally, civics has been taken out of the school curriculum. So it's no wonder that the youth in general, have no idea and could care less about the Constitution and its impact. And yet, they stand to lose the most. So today, we are going to start with the lesson plan for the Constitution. And we will start with a section that is of great interest to us because it addresses our basic human rights. And that section is chapter 3 of the Constitution. And it's entitled The Chapter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms. Now, this first installment of the series will be presented by none other than my brother, our brother, and an accomplished human rights attorney, Isaac Buchanan. Most of you probably hear about him. If you don't know of him, you probably heard about him as a result of a statement that he made and the controversy it caused. But he's made his apology, and we are a forgiving nation. So we put that behind us, we're moving on, and it doesn't affect his brilliance as a human rights attorney. So we're going to hear from him. It's going to be an interesting chat this afternoon. Yes, Neville. Eddie, my brethren from Firehouse, who used to live right in front of me. Big up yourself. Thanks for showing up. Catherine, see ya, big up Mr. Buchanan. Michelle, Gypsy, oh yeah, all right. Big up yourself, Isaac, Gypsy girl. Good. Now let's turn to some of the issues. And this is an update. With each passing week and each response I receive from the Jamaican government, it's getting harder and harder for them to defend the indefensible. In other words, every week we get a piece of information. It's more difficult for the Jamaican government to defend the indefensible. What do I mean? You know, all I want to know. Minister Kamina Johnson Smith. Now, I'm going to spend just a little time going over a development that took place this week. And, you know, some of you will get tired of me talking about her. But I've been trained to conduct investigations to their logical conclusion. And unfortunately, for the most part, the media, the naysayers and the investigators in Jamaica, they don't do investigations to their logical conclusions. Well, as Bob said, them I got tired for see me face. And the thing about it, about being tired of seeing my face, is this. You see, when a politician, we talk to you now in our language. So when a politician a thief, and I'm a thief, you just continue. It's a free for all because in figure there are no guardrails, there is no sentry, there's nobody watching, so I can do whatever I want to do. So why is it that when we catch them, we can continue to do the same thing? Just like how they continue to steal. Why is it that we can continue to present the story and improve the story and develop the story? Why is it that we get tired when somebody starts talk about something that is wrong that was committed by a public official? We shouldn't. And therein lies the problem for the 9-day wonder. Because people get so acclimatized, they get so used to things being displayed, presented for 9 days and then another story. So that when you continue with the story, Fatima, no worry, everything good with him. Everything good. Yeah, everything good. So when you continue with the story, them say, oh, boy, I'm just keep on at this. Yeah, we have to do it. We have to make a lesson out of people who catch I do the wrong thing. Because that's the only way you can set an example and send a strong signal to the others. Because if you do it for, especially when you catch them with them hand on the cookie jar, like how me catch the minister with her hand on the cookie jar. We can't make she get away with this. We cannot. And just think about it. The others, the people who walk, because let me be absolutely clear. I am not saying that Minister Kamina Johnson Smith committed an act of corruption or any act of corruption. All I'm saying is that she violated the laws and the administrative regulations of Jamaica. And that is a fact. Now think about it. The ones them who are commit, really hardcore purveyors of corruption, the ones them who really do the corruption thing, right? Just think when them watch and see what happened to the minister, they might think to themselves, say, what happened when this brother come off away? And don't worry, we have the information and we're going to go after them. But Rome wasn't built in a day. One step at a time. And you see where we start. We start with somebody who's innocuous, somebody who nobody even pay attention to. But that's how me learn to do my thing. You start this up and then you just move up the chain. Right, you're right, Catherine. No accountability before. So anyway, let me tell you, let me give you the development. The email that I got, well, actually I said that I received an email from another ministry regarding Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith's failure to comply with several laws and administrative regulations. Now, this email also shows that she made misrepresentations in her affidavit before the court. So it's not just statements that she made, start going back to June of last year. It's a submission, a signed sworn statement she made to the court. Right? Now, this email came from the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. And I think they added another portfolio to it. Mining, I believe, something like that. And by the way, there's a connection between Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith and the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. Because if you recall, the minister played a central role in Jamaica's receipt of a gift of 2.6 million pounds of high-grade fertilizer from Morocco, which was turned over to the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. And to date, as we speak, a significant portion of that fertilizer is unaccounted for. We'll talk about that next week because I have some new information about that. Now, I previously discussed what the Jamaican government did in order to get the free fertilizer. As we know, not free. Right? But Jamaica did commit a dastardly deed. They sell out some people. People that we were committed to since 1976. The record is there. Right? We have supported their right to autonomy in Africa. And we sold those people out for fertilizer. But anyway, I won't go over that today. Now, the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries stated in its email that it sent to me this week, it said it had no official information responsive to my inquiry. What does that mean? It means, because I was asking them about the gift or services, because the Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith said she never get no gift or no services. She said it was the government. So I started going through all the government agencies. And they said, essentially, we never get any gift and we never get any benefit for the services that she received. And they did something no other government ministry or agency did before. Bless up Orlean, Freedom, Marcia, Sharon, Andrea, big up on herself, Judith. As I said, the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, they did something this week that no other ministry did. They, not in addition to saying that we have no idea where, them wash them and clean. We have no idea. We never receive any gifts or benefit from the services provided to Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith. No. But here's what else they said. And it's the first time a ministry said this to me. And I have correspondence from a whole bunch of them. They referred me to the minister's ministry. That is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. That is Minister Kamina Johnson's portfolio. Them send me back and say, go over there. You might want to go over there and ask them for the information that you're seeking. In essence, they said, we don't know anything about that matter. So go and ask Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith and her ministry, since it's about her. Go ask her. No, we have already heard. I've already heard from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. And the information I received was not commendable. In fact, it's the opposite regarding the minister's involvement. But they wash them hands clean. Cleaner than any other ministry. Them say, no, we don't know what shot. We don't know nothing about this. No, I am keeping score of the various ministries and agencies who are wash them hands of any association with this issue. And I would like to keep you updated with the score sheet. Here we go. The minister said that she did not receive any benefit or gift and that the government received the benefit. And we have the documents. I've showed I've showed some of them last week and the week before. We have the documents. We won't even go into that now. In fact, they will be presented in court, so the judge can take a look at them as well. So that's her claim. She received no benefit, no gift. The government received it. The government received it. Right? So she pushed everything off on the government. Now, the tourism ministry, the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, our own ministry, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, the Office of the Prime Minister, the Office of the Cabinet, the Ministry of Finance, etc., have thrown her under the bus. They have thrown her under the bus. So, Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, let me speak to you now. You do not get to break the laws and regulations in Jamaica and get away because you're a minister. No, 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 no. The laws apply to all. A-L-L, all. Including you. Therefore, it's time to stop pretending that you have not committed any wrongdoing. Just come out and admit it and let's move on. It's time for you to stop pretending you haven't committed any wrongdoing. It's time for you to stop living off the backs of the taxpayers. And though it will be embarrassing, swallow your pride and tender your resignation. Swallow your pride and tender your resignation. Because it only gets worse from here. Only gets worse. Because once the court has made a decision and said, well, yes, you didn't file. You know you have all kinds of problems. You have problems with the tax people. You have problems with Integrity Commission. God knows who else. Tender your resignation. And if you won't, I call upon the Prime Minister to follow his mandate, where he talks about no tolerance for corruption. In fact, I think I have a hold on one second here. A video. I just want to play a little piece for. Hold on.
Newly sworn in Prime Minister says his administration
Hold on.
will be hard on corruption while investing in social security,
One second.
technology, and business.
And if you, by the way, wanting to big up Kevin, you know, Kevin at work. My work to them, completely committed to us today. So Kevin in the background. Let me play this piece here.
In order to help Jamaica recover stronger from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, Prime Minister of the Jamaican government, we have more in this report. As he used his speech on Monday to signal a shift in how he emerged in cabinet. Mr. Holness has rated his commitment to leading the government hard on corruption and task-oriented. He says complacency will not be tolerated.
No one shown any special favors, given any protection
And I hear that.
or influence brought to bear on the agency or investigation. This is a step in the right direction. However, in addition to
Yeah. Amen. I still can't hear you though. I can see you. Blessings, everybody, if you can hear me. Good day to you all. Guess you're not hearing the Prime Minister's speaking. I sent everybody this speech in YouTube. Still not hearing Mr. Rattigan. Okay, let me see this. The Prime Minister's speech was on the 1st of February 2017. In this one, it's a statement to Parliament on the Integrity Commission Bill. 1 February 2017. Mr. Speaker, let me start by emphasizing the commitment of this government to fighting and eliminating corruption in this country. Accountability, transparency, and integrity are hallmarks of all self-respecting democracies. And these principles must always be promoted and upheld in furtherance of good governance, social cohesion, and economic advancement. There's no denying that whilst we have made significant strides as a politically independent country, we could have achieved much more were it not for corruption in many forms. Revenge leakage due to corrupt practices, misuse of public funds. There should have been revenue leakage due to corrupt practices, misuse of public funds, and the overall perception of pervasive corruption, all of which to serve to compromise the flow of investment into our country. This is so critical to the advancement of our country. From all that has been said, the government and I would dare say, and I believe the opposition have pledged to do all in our power to rid Jamaica of the scourge of corruption and to restore public trust and goodwill in the institutions of the state. While we all need to take individual responsibility for our actions and endeavor to be agents of change as we do our part in securing a better Jamaica, the role of legislation is paramount. I believe we are all in agreement that more can still be done to strengthen the existing regime. The bill which we are debating today is another critical step towards improving. A critical measure is the establishment of a single agency which this new act. A critical me- This new act will create the new Integrity Commission.
Microphone test.
Okay, well, we can hear you.
You can't hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Where I say I sat?
Greetings, greetings. You hearing me?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
great,
cool.
great.
All right. Yeah, everybody can hear me?
Yeah.
Loud and clear.
Angela, you can hear me? Yeah, like Lisa, see, we don't want no goods around here. I am back. All right. Hey, we have to big up Kevin, because Kevin there and the man unflappable. Him just sit down there and him now fluster, him no stress, nothing. Him just continue to do him and get you back on. But this look more and more like this is deliberate, because the signal and right now is like them assure me, and them also tell me that, hey, if the signal will go straight, if you have problems, it's somebody deliberately interfering with the signal. So that is where we are, folks. But you know what? We are die hard, and the message must go out. And we're there, uno there. So let us keep talking, keep doing the thing, no matter how long it takes till we get the message out. All right? It might be disjointed, but stay with me. Stay with me. Kevin, we can't go on now. We can't leave you alone now. All right. All right. Kevin just give me the go ahead and say, well, we can just run the thing. Like I said, this thing is deliberate, because I mean, I'm more convinced now than ever. Although, you know, you want to give people the benefit of the doubt, and part of it is technology, and technology is not perfect. But when you have these things happening week after week after week, and you do everything possible, and you still can't get it right, then you know. And then when the technology company tell you that, hey, if there's a problem with it, then somebody's deliberately messing with the system. But anyway, we're talking about the Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith now, right? And so the Prime Minister should do the right thing. We just played the video about corruption, and when him say, and him won't tolerate it, and this and that and that. And so we're asking him to do the right thing and prevent her from putting the government and the country in further disrepute and embarrassment. And to Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, if you think you're above submitting your resignation, then the PM must ask for it, despite your close ties to him. Family, this is all we know talk. Think about this. The African and the CARICOM nations who did not support her are watching the facts come to light, and they are very happy that they did not support her. And they're also wondering why the PM is still keeping her around. She is, simply put, family members, she's simply put, she's a millstone around our necks. Also, imagine Secretary General Baroness Patricia Scotland, the woman she ran against, who begged her to withdraw. That woman is in London now following the story, and she's having, as they'd say in the Queen's English, a proper laugh. A proper laugh, right? Now, you know why the government and the private sector are not defending the minister, as they did when her candidacy was announced. Very simply put, there is nothing to defend. That's why you don't hear a peep from them. PSOJ, civil society, religious community, nobody, the government, nobody come out and say, Mr. Rattigan, where are you? Because the minister didn't do that, blah, blah, blah. Nobody. And not only that, I put out a challenge. I dare them to come out and tell me, say me wrong. And show me when me wrong. Let's have a discussion about it. Let's have a discussion about it. But watch. It won't happen. Because people, them have a right to them opinion, but them have a right to the facts. Facts are facts. And them can't change that. Them can't change them opinion, which I would hope they would do and come around to my side. But in due course, they will. Trust me, they will. Because I'm hearing stories. I have friends in high places too. And not just she alone. I have friends in high places. And you have some well-thinking, well-meaning Jamaicans who they know right from wrong, and they're not afraid to express it. They don't do it in public, but they'll talk to me. They'll talk to you privately. Oh, and by the way, the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, they get no points for providing a truthful response, because that is what they're supposed to do. Further, this same ministry, Agriculture and Fisheries, they have not come clean concerning the whereabouts of the 190,000 plus pounds of fertilizer that have gone missing. And we have some information on that which we'll provide next week. But they get no points for that. Let me turn to something different now. Last week, I also mentioned the lack of leadership exhibited by the Police Commissioner, Anthony Anderson. And week after week, he continues to be missing in action, and he continues to be a poor excuse for a leader. Family, as you're aware, he has supported the interdiction of Police Federation Chairman Rohan James. Why? Because the chairman called out the JCF on its failure to comply with a court order, and the JCF's failure to provide overdue overtime payment. Two reasons why he called them out. One, they didn't comply with a court order, and two, they didn't make the payments. Now, here are some facts and the sequence of events I'm going to provide you. In 2022, there was a hearing before the Supreme Court. And that hearing had to do with overtime pay for the police. And the JCF informed the court that the system they were using to capture overtime payments was a manual system and that it lacked integrity, meaning it never worked. Now, in response, the court ordered the JCF to implement a system. Now, keep in mind, people, this is 2022, last year. The court ordered the JCF to implement a system to capture overtime work and to start making those payments. And they gave them a date of March 31st of this year, which means that everything should be online and the payment should start running out at the beginning of the fiscal year, April 1st. No, this is more than a year from the court order. The court order was, I think it was in February 2022. And the court said, all right, we're going to give you a year to get this thing in place so you can pay the hard-working, dedicated public servants known as police officers, men and women, right? Now, after the court hearing last year, Minister Nigel Clark stated during a compensation review, during a meeting with the Federation, he stated that his ministry had disbursed the funds for the overtime system to be implemented. So follow me, people, follow me. There's a court hearing, court order, said you have a year to bring the system on board. The Minister of Finance, he said, yes, the money is there. I've given the money to the JCF so they can put the system in place. Now, remember now, supposed to finish March 31st of this year and then them start make the payments April 1st of this year. Now, 2 months after the deadline passed, in May of this year, the Federation was advised that there would be a delay. And then they had some consultations to determine when the system would be implemented so that people can start getting paid. In June of 2023, there was some partial payments made to members, some members. But to date, as we speak, the full implementation has not taken place. Again, keep in mind, people, that the court ordered, I think it was February of last year, that the system should be online March of this year. Payments start April of this year. June 12th of this year, the DCP for administration and the ACP for administration in the JCF, they met with the Federation's executive committee and advised them that the Council of Deputies, the big shots up at police headquarters, they decided to cap overtime. They still didn't put the system in place, and they took this decision without even, any consultation with the Federation. Them just spring this upon them. So of course, if you're the chairman, right, and his executive committee, you're going to take exception to this, and that's exactly what Chairman Rohan James and his board did. That was around June 12th. Now, July 15th, almost a month later, actually more than a month later, in the presence of the police commissioner and the Minister of National Security at a funeral for a fallen brethren, Chairman James raised the issue of the delayed implementation of the court-ordered overtime system, and he demanded swift action in light of the inordinate delay. And also, he was getting complaints from his members. What my money there? How come we say y'all get the money April 1st? We're not getting the money. This is July, right? He also stated at that funeral that the Federation would not negotiate with the Jamaican government. The Federation would only negotiate with the Jamaican government. They would not negotiate with the JCF's high command regarding the court order. And rightly so. What happened on July 27th? Soon after I made that speech, them sent an interdiction notice to him. Sounds like retaliation to me, right? Then August 2nd this year, the JCF arranged a meeting where DCPs Kevin Blake, Richard Stewart, and the Director of Corporate and Special Services updated the JCF members, they updated the Federation members on the implementation of the overtime system. Now, keep in mind, people, again, this should have been in place in effect on April 1st. Now we're at August 2nd, April, May, June, July, 4 months later. System still not in place, even though the Minister of Finance said he had disbursed the funds for them to put the system in place. Now, it has been reported that 2 DCPs had at least one meeting with 4 of the Federation's 8 Central Committee members. This is after they told Chairman James to just stay home and take a fraction of his pay. And it's been reported to me that these DCPs told the Central Committee members, the 4 who showed up, that they should consider electing a new chairman, as the JCF executives, they're in the process of getting rid of Chairman James. Now, what I want to do is, I want to read you some statements that I just got yesterday from some of the police officers affected by this failure to implement this system. One second. Here we go.
Some people say they can't hear you, Will.
They can't hear me?
Yeah.
They can't hear me. They can't hear me. They can't hear me. Can't hear me. Mic check. Mic. They should be able to hear me now.
Okay.
All right. Here is one text message I received. Something needs to be done. I'm on my day off and can't rest. Members' salary gets shorter and shorter every single month. What is wrong with these people at ministry? Here's another one. Strategic move getting rid of our mouthpiece. I would love to get my money so those in here can help me get back my money. I need it. Another one. Greetings, my friends. Your words are coming to pass. Confusions are still manifesting itself in this overtime thing in the JCF. And it just goes on and on and on and on. They've been waiting for their overtime pay. They've been promised their overtime pay, but they haven't received their overtime pay. As I said, some members get some money, but that's not the way the system was supposed to work. Now, in an apparent act of retaliation for challenging the JCF executive, the chairman's personal information was leaked with intention to tarnish reputation. This personnel information is confidential and should not have been placed in the public domain, even if it had been requested under the Access to Information Act, which is something that I use regularly. Even if I had asked the government to say, give me his personal information, the JCF would not have released it, because guess what? That's one under the law. You cannot give out that kind of personal information. The question is, how did the information go from the JCF's Human Resource Division to the media without the High Command's knowledge? Don't tell me say the JCF are run a party shop. How did this information leak from Human Resources to the media? Who leaked it? And has the police commissioner called for an investigation into the matter? There was no public statement from him or his executives regarding the matter. Not even condemnation. Not even condemnation to say, no, we condemn this, start an investigation, and we're going to hold people accountable. Not even that. No, we simply have had enough of this police commissioner. Whatever leadership skills he learned as a military man, he has forgotten. And clearly he's not a born leader. So he's just warming the seat. Now here's my message to the police commissioner. Mr. Commissioner Anthony Anderson, you are doing a disservice, sir. How do you feel collecting taxpayers' money and failing to serve and protect them? How do you sleep at night? And I hope you don't answer by saying you sleep well.
You're frozen, Will. No sound.
Your sound is gone in Ratty. You sure? You sure it's not your mic because you just gone. You're blank. I don't know if Herb. Are you hearing me? Somebody said I must say bonfire. So I don't know if they're hearing me, but I'm not hearing you, Ratty.
I
Oh,
can
they're
hear
hearing
you,
me.
I said.
Oh, it's your mic.
I can hear you, but I can't hear Ratty. Test, test, test. You can hear?
I hear Mr. Nelson, but I'm not hearing Rattigan.
Yeah, Herb.
Herb, yes.
They, yeah, he said to speak.
Oh, you're saying I should speak?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So
Keep talking.
okay.
Well, you may want to. Okay, the only person they can't hear is Ratty, but he wants us to keep talking.
Okay. I'm not touching that topic though, because I'm in Jamaica and the powers that be will come and destroy me further lest I say something they don't like.
You think so?
Their freedom of expression is at this moment is very fragile in the local space. So I'm gonna leave that one alone.
But look, I read the speech that the Prime Minister gave on the 1st of February back in 2017 about the Integrity Commission, the new law, right? And the man clearly says that he wants to have transparency, accountability, and integrity, which are the hallmarks of self-respect in democracies. These are his words. And at the same time, they come back because of the fact that two of his last filings are not accepted by the Integrity Commission. And they disclose the contract, the kickback scheme that he was engaged in while he was at the Ministry of Education.
Right.
Right? They come back now and they want to destroy the Integrity Commission. They want to neutralize them. Right? But you cannot do the things that he says. Accountability, you can't have a lack of accountability. Transparency, you can't have a lack of transparency because it's detrimental to democracy and to good governance. So the fact of the matter is there a what you call it, the legal group in Jamaica, the Bar Association? There is a bar association. And what are they saying? What have they said, I said? Anything?
I mean, in relation to the situation with the Integrity Commission, the fact of the matter is the Integrity Commission, as it is set up right now, is a moral compass or a conscience. For instance, nobody from the Labour Party has signed on to the what they call it, the tenets or the conduct for leadership, and nothing can come from it because it's not mandatory. The solution to that problem is simply how the people respond at the polls at the next election. That is a simple reality. Promises were made. It's a matter for you if promises were kept. Um, I don't want to sound like a hypocrite, but I think that initially the prime minister's his ambitions and motives were realistically what is ideal for the space when you're in the actual situation and the need to hold on to power. Many things will change. For instance, selective morality is an issue that we are really dealing with in the Jamaican space. So when you ask if there are organizations that will speak out, they will speak out against the people who they don't expect to get anything from. But of course, self-interest will always be at the hand because you don't want to rub the wrong people the wrong way. So we suffer from that in a space where it's a small space and people are 5 persons removed from the next person. So to be honest, in terms of what do you want from your leaders, ideally, for instance, the corrupt 6, that's what they're calling them in the space. Similar to what Rattigan has said about the foreign minister is, if you have any integrity, you will step away. It has been done before. The Minister of Education at the time, who was, I think, is the Honorable Ronnie Twaits, when he was on the investigation, he stepped away. And in time, he was able to come back and he won his seat again in the next election. And his name was cleared and we move on from that. But one should not be so hungry for power that in terms of if there is a moral question, if there is an uproar about something, whether legitimate or not, if you are an upstanding politician, you should have no hesitation to step away, especially if you're in the right. Allegations are just that, and when I start to speak about the Constitution and the presumption of innocence and the importance of it, if you believe in the very document, like the Charter, you will definitely appreciate that if allegations are made against you, you can allow the process to go on. A lot of times, you see, and the beauty of especially social media and the modern world is that everything is a 9-day wonder. You will all be there where you are, where Trump is. He gets his mug shot and they go on and on and on and on. And then election 2024, your prime minister, your president is Donald Trump. And everybody goes, oh, wow. And then you start to hear it's because he's white and Republican and this and that. But let me tell you something. The process, you have to understand when people are using the mechanism called ad hominem. They attack people. They move away from the issues, and the people in the public space, it's so hard to follow that we lose sight of what is important. For instance, as you said earlier, as a matter of integrity, our leaders are to be held accountable, and a part of accountability is that if there is a cloak, even a cloak of dishonesty around you and you want to clear your name, the honorable thing to do is step aside and deal with those things.
It is amazing that we don't hear more, not just from the law groups in Jamaica, but especially the Norman Manley Law School.
Yes.
The head of the law school should be saying publicly, for the benefit of the students, that this type of behavior cannot stand. that they have to vastly what they've been doing, and their action will be the word taking up on the word and they will use it to correct this problem. But trust me, when they go in there, they can try and undermine the integrity commission.
Mm-hmm.
It's become personal, and it's become personal in lieu of the fact that there's so much corruption flying around the prime minister. He himself, with the problems he has with over 30 contracts being awarded to a friend of over 20 odd years, and the fact that he and his wife are personally tied up in business. This is a
Mm-hmm.
business partner that they're tied up with, and that he could barely pay his school tuition by his own words back in 2005, 2007.
So let me defend the prime minister here. If I were a prime minister, I'd ensure I would wipe all the student loan debts. People should have free education and nobody should have to pay for student loans. So I won't hold that against him. At least he's educated.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So he's the man that came into office
Yes.
and put a stop to the free tuition program. And when he did that, there's a lot of students up at UWI that suffered as a result, that had to drop
Mm-hmm.
out of school. I know because I was sponsoring some of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what you have here is a situation. He wants you to do as I say, but not as I do, right?
Yes.
The very gentleman that he has been in bed with all these decades is the same person involved in helping him to purchase property in Beverly Hills and to build that house. So when you have this type of entanglement, how can you now go back and discipline members of your cabinet? When he called Royal Reid on the carpet, when Royal Reid broke out into scandal,
Mm-hmm.
right? What is he going to tell Royal Reid? What can he possibly say to Royal Reid that you must do as I say, but not as I do? That don't make any sense. And then you have Wheatley, same problem, missing barrels of oil at the MSET, Ministry of Science, Energy, Technology,
Mm-hmm.
right? All of these ministers, one after another, Vaz getting in trouble. He never once questioned any of his ministers as to why the United States government took the visas from them. And we know as a fact that the U.S. Embassy notified him not that they took the visas, but the reasons for removing those visas.
So,
You
Mike,
would
let
think,
me ask a question as we
yeah,
go along. I just have to cut it there. The visas were returned. What's your position on that now?
the
Because
reason,
he did nothing and the visas were returned, so the issue is resolved. Is that something? Right.
no, visas were returned to 2 people,
Mm-hmm.
3 people. Let me take that back.
Right.
The Vaz couple
Mm-hmm.
and one of the PNP members of parliament who was involved with a Cuban connection.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I can't remember his name now, but it will come back to me. 3
Right.
people, but you had about 10 people who lost their visas,
Right.
right? And one of the problems that I have had is when they took the visa of the head of the Harmon Barracks, the guy who headed up that unit at Harmon Barracks.
Was
They
that
were
Rocky Mead at the time? I'm not sure.
no,
I'm
no,
just
it
asking.
wasn't Rocky Mead. It was
Okay.
Bent, Senior
Okay.
Superintendent Bent.
Okay.
When they took his visa, was because it was a known fact that his men were pulling guard duty on construction sites run by members of organized crime in Jamaica,
Mm.
namely Dudos and Danai Williams,
Right.
right? Not only that, but they were receiving US funds directly to support that unit. And that was the intention of the US at the time, right?
Right.
They were to be a specialized unit to be called on in special occasions where they needed a special weapons and tactics team,
Mm-hmm.
right? So, what made things worse was when his own policemen went out to Spanish Town and did the hit on the Spanish Town Don, right? That was the last straw, the straw that broke the camel's back.
Right.
Because you had Spanish Town policemen guarding the Don, and you had three members of Harvard Barracks going there to perform the hit. And now you had police shooting against police.
Right.
Well, the Spanish Town police was pretty successful because they killed 2 out of 3 of the Ahmad Barracks members, right? But
Right.
we had no transparency there. We have no follow up. The people of Jamaica, I rule out the diaspora. The people of Jamaica had no follow up to say what happened and what is the situation with the last remaining police officer who turned himself in. I know
Right.
he escaped, he was shot, and he got an attorney and then turned himself in, which is the smart move,
Mm-hmm.
right? Now, we were told when they relieved Superintendent Ben and made him retire that the assistant commissioner of police would go take over the unit, do an investigation, and clean things up.
Mm-hmm.
Again,
No follow.
no follow up, no transparency, no accountability, right?
So I wouldn't call it no. It's not the accountability aspect. It goes into what I say is known as the 9-day wonder. If you sit and do nothing and the 9 days pass, people forget.
Forget.
There's so many things happening in the space and people forget. There are too many people who put self-interest over country, and that will always be a problem that has to be addressed. But in terms of all the issues that you raised, it can be settled on the date of election. And it's a matter for people, because we speak about corruption, we speak about accountability, but in all of that, we have not addressed poverty. We have not addressed education. And they're doing it now because the Minister Flavor Williams, she's doing so many beautiful things right now before September opens. Rasta boys can now go to school in 2023 without have to cover in their lice and junjo. Not my words. These matters were before the court, and lice and junjo is apparently a thing that happens when we have dreadlocks, and African identity always attacked, and the blackness in the Jamaican space remains as it was when we were enslaved, the inferior class. So if we don't address those things, and if we don't have a worry, a thought about what our constitution will look like when there is a referendum, if our rights will be intact, then I promise you this, we have bigger issues to worry about. The change that will come will be to the detriment of the people. Because Jamaica is the first time in my lifetime, and I'm not a young chicken anymore, as they would call it, but the first time in my lifetime that I can clearly, there's a clear separation between the island of Jamaica and the people. It is almost hilarious. Like Jamaica, she is she's fruitful, she's multiplying, she is paradise, she is prosperity. But the people who live in her is dying of hunger, as if the umbilical cord is detached from the people within her womb. I don't know if I said that eloquently, because these days when I speak, I always get in trouble for it. But it is remarkable that our people are suffering while our country is flourishing. Somebody make it make sense, and I'm here for it in terms of learning how that works.
If indeed our young people are our future, as they
Mm-hmm.
profess,
Yeah.
right? Why is it the Ministry of Education cannot come up with a viable feeding program so the kids can have breakfast when they come to school, especially in the underserved communities?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think, was it Heidel Academy and Jamaica College? I might be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Those schools are in the upper crust areas. They may not need a feeding program, but certainly those schools who, for the last 10 to 20 years, been only graduating 44% of their population, and
Mm-hmm.
the kids admit that they come to school hungry, and
Right.
they go, they look forward to lunchtime. Why we can't get a feeding program, breakfast and lunch, with all the money that they've robbed, right? Our permanent secretary got suspended because she could not count for 124 million. She
Mm-hmm.
was the same lady who came to the US with Royal Reed on his money campaign when he came up here collecting funds for the
Right.
education fund, right? Why also we as a group went to the Ministry of Education November 2018, and we
Mm-hmm.
said to them, you have far too many kids missing or coming up dead after they leave school.
Mm-hmm.
Try to introduce a program that would help the kids. It's a program using a cell phone and using a software that
Mm-hmm.
Digicel and Lime could have loaded and given the kids access to emergency services. At,
Right.
whether they're in school or they're off campus. And it's like, see something, say something. If especially if you're being attacked, especially if another child is being attacked, all right, or especially if you have knowledge of attacks on school kids.
Mm-hmm.
But they refuse to enact such a program back in 2018 when we brought it to Jamaica and gave
Right.
it to them. And the person who wrote the software says he would give it to them for free. So it wasn't like he was charging an enormous amount of money for them to utilize. It's called School SOS,
Right.
right? And if you can count from November 2018 till now, the amount of kids, school kids, that have died because they did not have the means to hit a button, a single button, and make an emergency call that could be traced using GPS to the exact location, right? That's what the software would have done.
So here's the irony, and I always process information in the space. You get this nice beautiful software, and you send your child to school, and as soon as they get into school, the teacher take the phone from them. So they don't have the phone because some teacher in their high and mighty position is going to confiscate the phone, and you're not going to get back the phone, and you bring your mother, bring your father, and they're left helpless. It's too many issues that needs to be fixed. For instance, you spoke about JC and you spoke about Heidel, and they are schools. Heidel is a model that I don't know why we haven't adopted it. But when you speak about the traditional schools, they still have not had the capacity, the know-how to put the teachers in the space that will command the type of education the students need. I won't criticize teachers, but there are teachers out there, I can tell you this. I remember all my teachers, because probably the only reason why I'm educated is because back in the days you actually had teachers who could actually do the work. not the ones that are being dragged through the system because we are so we so degree minded that we'll just set up a institution and just throw out the degrees, and then the people don't have the mental aptitude and the capacity to actually teach us and nurture us. I was taught by persons who taught my mother. One of them, Miss Henry, actually also taught my grandmother. These things
Wow.
are so important. Yes, somebody who could tell me, you gonna waste time, but I know your grandmother and I know your mother. And I know you're not done. So you have a brain because you get some of them genes in you. These things are so important because identity is something that we are lost across the world. So when you tell somebody you're African, they say, no, you're not, you're Jamaican. I, it's a whole different conversation. But in terms of what's happening in the education system come September morning, where all of the teachers are in America right now, what is left is we're going to have empty classes with hungry students, with overzealous principals that's going to send home kids because you people, yes, let me cuss it now, in the diaspora setting clocks with rubber bottom and pretty color bottom, and it doesn't work well with the uniform, so we're going to send home the kids because the shoes is wrong, so they lose and forfeit their right to learn. So these things are not some, it's not just things that we have to blame the government alone with, we, the individuals who are in the space, are doing a great disservice to the future of Jamaica. And we are not going to fix that problem by only blaming government. And I don't need to even make any comment about the current Minister of Education. It speaks for itself. But to also know that she was put in a position that was she was placed in a position where it was a scandalous, shameful ministry, that we know that all the resources were robbed and people have forgotten, and she's taking a lot of beating for policies that she never made, for issues that cannot be corrected in one term in office
Yeah.
or two.
Well, would you say then that
Mm-hmm.
a lot of what occurred at Ministry of Education
Mm-hmm.
started on the watch of the current Prime Minister when he was at the Minister of
But of course,
right,
I'm glad you said it, because I said if you get away from the 9-day wonder, it speaks
right,
for itself. I heard him this week speaking about, if we're going to fix crime, we have to fix education. Mr. Man, you never know that when you was over the ministry getting rich. You didn't know that.
yep,
So when I see them cursing who is there right now, much ado about nothing. In fact, when you get water, basket to carry water, we don't expect any success from you. But if you're going to fix crime, it has to be fixed through education. And if you're going to fix education, it has to be free education. It has to be a commitment that the education is simply free.
now,
Without worrying if we're wasting it or not. It has to be there for you.
right,
School has to be there for you.
a
You
lot
would
of
probably, yeah.
a lot of our listeners will say, well, if Buster, back in Buster days, they used to talk about keeping people barefoot and pregnant,
Mm-hmm.
or keeping them dumbing down our population, so they
Mm-hmm.
can't read the news, they can't listen to the news and comprehend the magnitude of the problems that they're facing within their respective communities. They're not going
Mm-hmm.
to ask questions about, well, Mr. Minister, those funds that you have for your constituency,
Mm-hmm.
where did that money go? How did you spend the money? Or how did you plan to spend the money in the near
Right.
future? Right? You're not asking the right questions. So how is it not possible that our UWI students, UTech students, and other universities in Jamaica
Mm-hmm.
cannot do community service and educate the population as to where are the shortcomings with city government, the parish council,
Mm-hmm.
and the national government? Where are these shortcomings? Where's the money hanging up? Why is there cost overrun at Cornwall Regional perennially since they started that project?
Mm-hmm.
You heard 3 billion, then you hear no 2.5 billion, then 3.5 billion, then 5 billion. Then the other day they come out and this magnificent leap to 14 billion, right? Almost just completely blew my mind. Where the hell is
No,
this money?
no, but I gotta. Here's why I laugh. Here's why I laugh. Here's why I'm laughing. If you ever build a house, if anybody watching, if you ever build a house and a contractor tell you it's 3 million to build it, just
Yeah.
know it's 30 million.
Yes.
So you see what you see building for dummies. That's what I'm not calling anybody a dummy, but I'm
Right,
speaking
right.
in terms of even I would have been victim to something like that. You take on like the NHT thing it's laughable
Right.
because they'll give you $6 million and then you need to build a 4-bedroom house to put your kids and your family in, and $6 million cannot do it, and God he knows where you're gonna get it from. But then we in the Jamaican space have to juxtapose everything to the US dollar.
Right.
So
right.
we start a project that somebody tell us is $5 million, but the dollar hits you, it go 155, 168, and when it go all the way up and things come down, the prices don't ever go down. I started building a property and steel was $80,000. Steel is like $200,000 a ton right now. That is more than 100%. That is some 200% increase in terms of costing.
Yeah.
So
Same thing with lumber.
exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm
lumber
just
and steel.
using that to say that respectfully, the minister of health, he don't have he has no capacity whatsoever, respectfully, to take on a project like that. So when the overruns are coming and the unforeseeable expenses, we would expect this, because somebody was to tell them, listen, that when you hear the type of budget that it is, they should have found another land like they're doing with the extension of the airport in Montego Bay and build up a whole new hospital. It would have been cheaper. I promise you that. It would have been a whole lot cheaper.
Whole lot hospital.
Yeah, and we need to take that on, because we have when you think, going back to the Constitution, when you think about just as simple as we say it, the right to life, we totally don't understand this concept, If you're not educating me, you're depriving me of my life. If you don't have a proper health service, you're depriving me of my life. If you cannot fight crime, you are depriving me of my life. You, the state, is depriving me of my life. So every time they do something that affects my quality of life and my prospects of living, you have breached my constitutional right. And I always have to say this, because we take it lightly. What you see happening in the hospitals, what you see happening, you raise missing kids, you raise all of this. It is because we are just surviving, We in the Jamaican space we do not even understand the concept of living. And people take it for granted when they see the lines at the US Embassy and the British High Commission and the Canadian Commission, people trying to leave. It's because the quality of life, respectfully, you cannot even begin to appreciate your humanity until you leave this rock. And then everybody gonna curse me when I say that. But you just want to be able to live and we can't have that. And then the quality of life when the upper class and their family get sick, they're on a plane to Jackson Memorial Hospital in Florida. If they catch a cold, they're on a plane. So we know we have a bad health system. I won't call it the way I usually would want to call it. But they need to fix it, and nobody is doing that. And the money is being thrown around, and the contracts are given to friends, and 10 persons removed, and millions wasted on consultancy.
But
Millions of dollars for somebody to come and say, oh yes, the door them look popped down, fix them. Somebody get $37 million to go into a space to say, yes, the doors are broken. I wasted my time with a career because I needed a career where I could just look around and say, yes, we can fix this, and get myself a $50 million on the backs of the taxpayers.
I was doing some research because I recall you said a part of your history you studied while you were incarcerated.
No, I didn't do one. No, let me correct that right now. I love to say this so people understand this. Everything that I am is from the soil of Jamaica. I am educated completely in Jamaica. I am proud to say I am educated. I never get no fluxy education. I get my first class honors from the University of the West Indies. The Jamaican teachers taught me, and I am a product of the Jamaican education system. What I learned when I was incarcerated was what it is to be a human being, what it is to value life and self, what is the importance of African identity. To know that when you set foot in America, in a white country, you are a NIGGA when they don't like you.
Right.
And it don't matter whether you come from Jamaica, St. Kitts, Trinidad, when the white man buff him chest and tell you, listen, you little NIGGA, him don't care which one of them. Him know you did come out of Africa, and him don't care which tribe, but not all the same. Once I learned that, I am proud to be a son of Jamaica. And when I'm miserable and I cuss and go on, I cuss them, and I cuss and go on bad. But none of them come and lynch me. Them trace me back, but them don't lynch me. That's what I love about Jamaica. Because I am somebody here. But that's what I learned, and then I knew that I could get the education, and I could also tell every person who is in Jamaica, whether you're uptown, downtown, you are special and you are important. You matter. And if you get the education, you will be 10 times better than an ISAT. But people don't want that, because when you educate, you are creating your competition. You are creating people who have integrity, who have dignity, who have honesty, who will want better for their people. And that will be a problem, because remember, in Parliament, there are only 63 seats. If you qualify everybody, you won't get to hold on to power as long, because other people will also have the capacity to do what you probably are not even doing. That's how I process and view the situation. But I must tell you, nothing was wrong with this education system. Common entrance was wholly efficient. It had a component of mental ability and critical thinking, and they removed it. They removed it to what is now regurgitation and swatting without any critical analysis, and that's what we're suffering from in the education system.
So it's a part of dumbing down the society.
Yes.
So that they can run roughshod over people.
Yeah.
You know.
That's what it is.
It is incredible, because isn't there a group? Isn't there individuals that can organize in such a manner to ensure people in prison can read, can exercise, and by going to classes?
Stand up for Jamaica
Right.
I'm not cutting you in, I'm just pointing you to
No,
what
you're
is
good.
in the space.
It's good.
Yeah, Stand Up for Jamaica under the leadership of Carla Galato. She would be the Italian counselor. They have a robust program. They are in the prisons. I sometimes even educate some of the within the prison system. Here's what's the reality once again, and this is where I don't hold back. The prison system is exactly like the Tower Street facility is the exact port where they had the slaves. They have not done anything different to that building from its inception. They might put cameras in there, but that's it. They haven't even put a bed or a toilet in that place. The same way they stored you in the middle passage is the same way they store you in those prisons. I want you to appreciate that the conditions are not there for people to find themselves and rehabilitate. So when I speak of it, I have to speak of it because one, I went to prison, and when I was in the American prison, up to this day, sometimes some of the hotels in Jamaica are not nice like the prison, the federal prison I was at in Pennsylvania. And some of the court buildings, certainly, I haven't seen one court building yet that was as posh as the prison that I was housed. So I knew what opulence was, and I knew when I come back to Jamaica, when I go into some spaces, I said, but what kind of dirty place is this?
Rundown, yeah.
Government institution, rundown and chaka. And when you say it, they think you're being rude. But you're saying to them, listen, I have seen what it takes. I'm a product of rehabilitation. I was sent to prison. Doesn't matter what I said there for, or guilt or innocent. I was sent into a system that corrected me, gave me some ambition if I had none, and I became an attorney. I knew there was more.
Yeah.
So I know that there is a formula and there's a purpose for prison. So we start with people doing wrong, but as a society, what do we want from the people to do wrong? It could never be recidivism. It has to be that we want to correct. Prison should be the rod that you don't spare. So when a judge say, take a 10 years, a judge has made the assessment that it takes you 10 years for you to be a better man. Not just punishment,
Right.
And we just show it, criminal, send him into prison. But then the time passes. Like I tell people, they have this thing about the dumbest thing that they do. I'm using these words strongly. Dumb is mandatory minimum sentences. It's the stupidest thing ever. And we know that because America rolled it back. The crack pandemic and the this and the epidemic and all of that. The leaders came together, and the war against drugs was a abject failure.
Farce. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a farce, and it was a guise to keep the prisons full so that persons could line their pockets. Mm-hmm. That's not taking place in the Jamaican space. They don't even have prisons to keep it full.
Yep.
And we have more criminals than place to put them. So we need to be having a corrective mechanism that cannot take place in the current situation. So when I get up and say, fix your prisons, it's because I know that if you're going to fight crime, it starts there. And when you have the mandatory minimum sentences, let me make this clear. A man who was given 20 years in 2000 didn't come out until 2020 or 2017. Mm-hmm. So all who is in power now were probably lawyers who then became judges, ministers who were opposition, and they weren't the reasons those people went to. Even the police commissioner at the time have nothing to do with the prisoners who are released now for the major crimes. And then you say you want to turn the mandatory minimum to 50 years for murder. As a politician, respectfully, who is about 70 or 60, I don't know how old the Minister of Justice is, but you want to give mandatory minimum at 50 when you're 70. You're not going to be around when those people leave. When you take a 21-year-old and give him 50 years, he's going to be out when he's 71. respectfully. To do what? To do what in society? And we do not think about how we are protecting our product. I hear me. I'm being
Yeah.
somebody cursed me because I said kids. I mean I should have said children. But I'm deliberately now calling the Jamaican human being a product because we are just like diamonds and vibranium, if you know about the Wakanda
Right,
material.
right.
The human resource in Jamaica is the most valuable product. It's only 3.5 million of us on the rock. Different from we have to do a census for the diaspora to say we are more. But that product is if we go off of how we deal with product, when something is rare, it is more expensive. So I'm happy to say every Jamaican that's born is an expensive and rare product and has the potential to be a track star or a reggae artist or just something extraordinary in a world filled with more than 8 billion people. So if we are not protecting that product, regardless of where it is from, or if it needs rehabilitation, we are doing much ado about nothing. We are fixing roads and making it look nice and making sure that I don't get flat tires when I leave my house. I drive to Montego Bay and I drive to Negril and I can see my friends when they come from far in and the roads look nice, but the people are impoverished. That cannot be what we want for our people. And I don't know where to steer the conversation outside of that. Everything else is just politics and not addressing the needs of the people, especially the young, who the changes that we say we want, it has to be for them. It certainly can't be for me, because by the time they're realistically implemented, I know I won't be here. So I'm happy to say that the change for Jamaica it takes 50 years and Jamaica is just 60 something. So until Jamaica is an independent nation for over 110 years, what we are looking for, the vision for Jamaica, won't happen unless we start now and try to implement for our future.
Yeah. Well, as a initiative, if we have people like yourself who think like you, I saw on a 60-minute program, I think it was Kenya,
Yes.
where an attorney goes to prison
Mm-hmm.
and he's teaching law classes.
Right.
I don't know if you remember that program.
Yeah, I'm aware of it.
And the prisoners have gotten so well versed in law that when
They
they go to
file their
court,
own appeals.
they find their own appeals.
And
They
yes,
represent themselves and they
themselves.
win cases.
Cases, yes.
Yes. And keep in mind, this is what I don't understand. When I was a part of the Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force that came to Jamaica in 2016, they told us there were over 480,000
Yes.
cases pending.
Mm-hmm.
And then I read just a couple months ago about an overage of 700 or whatever cases that the DPP was complaining about. I'm saying, wait a minute. You could not have gone from 480,000 to just 700 in 7 years because you still only have 50 plus prosecutors. So we also, Wayne Golden was a part of the team that brought those attorneys down from Florida in the prosecutor's office, introduced to the Justice Ministry the various methodologies of resolving cases,
Right.
restorative justice, as well as the plea bargaining system. So are you saying to me, can you attest to the fact that the plea bargaining and restorative justice systems are working so well? that the 480,000 cases have disappeared, because it's not going to stand still in time.
Mm-hmm.
Every day you have more arrests,
More is gonna add up.
more and
Right,
more, right?
right.
So how is the Ministry of Justice able to resolve those cases to where we're not hearing about that backlog anymore, that great backlog?
So I can answer that. The Chief Justice, which is Justice Brian Sykes,
Yeah.
the honorable, I think it's supposed to say honorable as well.
Okay.
Well, he had implemented in terms of different ways to deal with backlog of cases in keeping with the Constitution.
Right.
So you have trials to be had in a reasonable time. That is a part of due process is fair hearing within a reasonable time. Restorative justice, I can tell you, it does work. A lot of the cases that comes before the court has to deal with, a lot of it is community based and family matter cases. We are not to be in the business of turning ordinary citizens into criminals. And so restorative justice is a way to empower citizens to get redress without having persons become convicts, which is a real bad mandate to have. Because when people become convicted, it doesn't need, you could be convicted of something minor, people quick to call you a convict, and the stigma that comes with it is bad. Now, what they did was to have a robust mediation unit within the court that sends matters through mediation and restorative justice. And it did clear up a lot of the backlogs. A lot of those cases in terms of statistics, which is why numbers for me, I'm bad at math, but numbers, when I hear them, is much ado about nothing. So many of the cases, brother and brother fighting because mommy died and him want the house for himself and him not share it, so him lick down girlfriend for the brother and brother stab him. These are the usual things, and even when the cases go before the court, the central issue of the house is not resolved. So you need the restorative justice component is so important, and it has acted as a way to address the cases and the backlogs. What I would hope is that in terms of the powers that the JCF has, the police, in terms of what to prosecute, who to arrest, is to have them use the restorative justice component as to not fill the court with matters that don't need to be there, so that we can really fight crime and deal with the more serious crimes. So what they did and were able to clear some of the backlog from these, a lot of these cases ought not to have been in court. People make complaints and then there are no witnesses and it's tied up in the court and it lags through the court. I've had cases as an attorney from the day I was called to the bar, and it never even ended. Some I still have now, and some just ended 5 years later. Somebody on bail all that time going through the court, new dates, and then Justice Sykes says, "Listen, you have this amount of time, or you have this amount to be able to process it. Otherwise, the case has to be thrown out."
Yeah. Now,
And that's in keeping with the modern standard.
I raised a question to
Mm-hmm.
the General Counsel for CARICOM.
Right.
I was an elections monitor in Guyana, and I met with him. And I asked him, I said, "Tell me, what are the numbers of prisoners being held in prison
Mm-hmm.
for extended periods without trial, without any habeas corpus or any other action being filed by an attorney?" I say,
Right.
these are prisoners that not even the DPP has on some dockets anywhere
Right.
or recalls. And he said to me, do you have a specific case? And I say, yes. I have 5 prisoners in, it was at the time St. Lucia.
Right.
One of them was in prison for 26 years, another one 19 years. And they finally were released. I was able to sue the government successfully.
Right.
I said, there's another one that's over 16 years that is being held, and there are others that have been assured that are being held in the same manner. They play games, like they'll keep canceling a hearing in the criminal court, and then because it becomes a constitutional matter, they take it to the constitutional court, schedule, and then get canceled there, and then go back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Prisoners never really get a fair hearing. Then it turns out in Jamaica that when it hit Jamaica, they did a head count, and there was something like 150 or more prisoners in that category.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, most noteworthy was 2 prisoners that was in prison for over 50 and one was over 40 years. You might have been involved with those.
Yes.
How is it possible that lawyers who are in the system sit back and accept that as a matter of course, as a normalcy in the system? 150 people?
No, so I can answer that. The same 150 people that you speak about, it has increased. And I was able to free one after the other one that you spoke about died.
Yes.
So Noel Chambers died.
Right.
I walking around with my chest puff up. I'm a human rights attorney, ignorant and fool beyond my years. I didn't even know that people in the prison each up in the back and nobody's there who care about them. Wasn't even a thought in my mind. And then Mr. Terrence Williams did his Indicom report before he left. And then all of these names popped up. And George Williams was a man who I go to the prison every Saturday. I'm in Spanish Town prison, and this man sits over. I can see him. Like our eyes made. Nothing in my mind said, I wonder what he's there for. No one said anything. When the issue came up, it came to their attention, and I said, no, but he can't just be there. And I filed the writ of habeas corpus, and it was a very, very contentious. It was a very contentious matter that went before the court and opposed by the director of prosecutions and all the things that they wanted to do. And there was a hearing, and ultimately there's a judgment written about it. But after that, I can tell you, and Miss Nancy Anderson, may her soul rest in peace. She fought for these mentally ill persons for years, and even now as we speak, 1 and 2 of them are getting out. But it has been a 9-day wonder, because there was a commission, there were recommendations, and no implementation, because there are persons even now on my list that I cannot get out because their families are dead. They're still mentally ill. Bellevue won't take them, and the lawmakers have not made the law so much so to say that mentally ill persons are not to be incarcerated. So we don't have a mental institution for them. And I can tell you, it's the most hurtful thing, because there are persons who threw a stone in a window in 1972 before I was born, and they're still in prison now, and nobody can help them. I've seen and interviewed so many of them. My soul hurts to tell you that I am helpless. I personally, from where I sit, cannot do anything to help them, because the law has the checks and blocks that the law put in place. In other words, you can't just put a mentally ill person on the street. And I'm sad to say, even with George Williams, the government refuses to give him money. And he's probably going to die before and his civil matter is there. And I'm not speaking out of turn, but to say that even after you have a man in prison for 50 years without a trial, somebody sits at a desk and say, I'm not going to give you taxpayers' money so easily, and I don't like the lawyer who is his lawyer anyway, and I was going to even get into all of that. But we are unkind to humanity. We
But
have no sense of human rights.
are Jamaicans fully aware, though, of these situations?
Yeah, but you are aware of situations, but you also, it's hard to keep up the human charade when you're suffering yourself, you know. It's very hard. It's very
Yeah.
hard to be suffering and you need a donkey too, and you hear somebody get a donkey. It's very hard. It's very hard when you need to feed your kids and people are being singled out and getting benefits. It's very hard when I can tell you, life is just too hard in the Jamaican space sometimes to even care. That's another aspect of
Yeah.
it. Sometimes you become so heartless because your own issues don't allow for you to care for the next person.
Yeah.
And that's just a reality.
Now, since 2016, I've been the board chair for Crime and Security Committee at Institute of Caribbean Studies here in Washington, D.C.
Right.
And my duties is what took me to Guyana, took me to St. Lucia, and then we started looking at Grenada and Jamaica and other Caribbean states. And now that we're aware that these prisoners exist, what I did was to write to the head of all the law schools in Trinidad, in Norman Manley, and one other. I believe Barbados. You still there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
Okay. Yeah. In Barbados, Trinidad, and Jamaica. Now, you would think that a part of the training and education of our young lawyers, that you would want them to screen legal records. You'd want them, like we took Harvard law students down to Texas, and they started looking at cases of Black people who have been disenfranchised from either property or illegal arrests back in the day when they got beaten up and thrown in prison, no questions asked. And we said, look, law students need to be able to look at, when they're not in school, they should be reviewing cases, and should be reviewing cases in the model of the Innocence Project here in New York, Barry Sheck, and in Chicago.
Yes.
Now, I don't know what your feelings are about that, but the Innocence Project, using DNA, of course, it's freed a lot of people accused of murder and rape. So, what is it going to take to get the Norman Manley School, and if there's any other law school in Jamaica? I'm not sure if there's a private law faculty.
No, we only have the Norman Manley Law School, and in terms of their outreach program, they select what they want to do. In terms of the Innocent Project, like there is a gadfly, for lack of a better word, somebody who has a gripe in the comments. That keeps saying, "Oh, you're a criminal lawyer, you're defending criminals and stuff like that." I have done appeals this year, and I can say this. I just don't speak about it because it matters very little to people because we're not educated in the law. A man spends 5 years in prison because a police officer says a Black man committed a crime. His description was being Black, despite that the person who committed the crime was 6'3", the young man was 5'2", and he spent 5 years before I did his appeal, and his conviction was overturned. Until your matter goes all the way to the Privy Council, even if there is a conviction at the first level, you have as your constitutional right to appeals. So all these people, since I've been an attorney, that have been in prison that I have freed, and I just don't go around publishing every time I free somebody, you need to understand that there are young men who just because of poverty, that's why they're in prison. They haven't necessarily committed the crime. And we have to fix that. So when you speak of the Innocence Project, I wish we had that. Because when I, by myself, take my resources and assist persons to be free, this year alone, I would have done enough to tell you that the people who are free, regardless how you feel about them, this very law that you are lauding that convicted them, freed them. And people are upset with me for freeing people who I knew were wrongfully convicted. I know about the system. I know there are persons, and it's not just, I'm not criticizing just the Jamaican system. The Innocence Project in America is an example of men this year who would have spent 50 years of their life. And then DNA said, listen, it was not them. And they were 17 and 18 when they said, it was not me. And all you get from that at the end of the day is a sorry. We are too quick to judge people and to cast people out and to throw them out. And we do not know the situation ethics behind the reasons why they were put before the court and why they were found guilty and the stigmatism and all of that. So when you speak, I know that the Norman Manley Law School, they do the work that they do. I don't think an Innocence Project is something that they are minded to take on. Certainly, if the resources were available, myself and there are other lawyers who are interested in stuff like that would do that. But that will come. That will come in time, certainly, as the research and the foundation is being laid now by the strategic cases that those cases have caused, or the research seems to suggest that there are persons who not only that it is wrongful conviction, but that the constitutional rights are violated in such a way. And that's all. That is what I care about, and maybe that is why that is my mandate, is because I was in another country where, in terms of how they see you and what the trial is and whether it's a fair trial, is a very interesting. That's all I will say.
Yeah. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yeah, microphone check.
Wow.
Well, you can laugh,
Yeah, I tell you, I don't know what's going on, but every week is a different story. They told me that everything was fine, and if the signal started going somewhere else, it's somebody deliberately doing it. And then now, this signal, I'm echoing. Okay, no, the signal is a problem. So.
Ratty, we're having a feedback. So
I don't know how.
Yeah. Use your headphone.
All right.
But it could very well be that this Everton parasite might be the person who is causing.
You can't hear me now?
Causing this.
You can't hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's better.
You can't hear me?
That's better.
Yeah? Okay. Yeah. Sometimes you have to just take bad things and just make jokes.
You gone no.
Yeah.
Mike.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Mic check. Mic check.
No. You're back now.
I'm back.
Yeah. Yeah. Just don't anger the gods
Sorry,
up there.
I
That's
missed the
what you just don't
conversation.
anger the gods up there. That's what you know.
So what was that?
Don't anger the
Hello?
gods. Don't anger the gods that are above. Poking us from above.
Okay. I don't. The thing, it's trying, but now I'll get the better of me. So where are we? No, I'm gonna finish because we have. I guess I won't be able to play the videos or show some other things, but I still have some other things here to talk about. But I can wait until you finish, or if you want
No
me to
man,
finish this,
continue.
and then we can just
You finish
continue
up.
with.
Yeah. Gone again. It's not coming true. What you did the last time that it came on. Nothing. Can
Yeah,
the
well,
audience hear us?
yeah, I say I just gonna continue until he gets back his audio. No, you can't hear any of us? No, I'm not on mute. You're not hearing me? Yes? Anybody?
Audience, can you hear
Are we
Iceman
back?
or myself?
Okay, yeah. Somebody said they can hear me, so
Okay.
it's bad. Right. So yeah, in terms of the Innocent project, it's important.
Uh-huh.
It also is one of the key tools or key arsenal in the crime fighting tools.
Yeah.
Is that when we are on a mission for justice, is that we get justice is served.
Yeah.
So we don't cause injustice to the wrong person in an effort to appease the public, to say that we found the right person or we did the right thing.
Okay.
So
Try again, right?
Microphone check.
Yeah,
Mike.
you're back. I don't know, man. Verizon
Kevin, I
not
can't
doing
hear me
no
again.
justice. I don't know, not doing no justice.
Nah, I guess not. Mike. Yeah,
You good?
there's a problem with the stream. Yeah. Yeah, change. Can't hear me? Anybody can't hear me?
Yeah, man, we're hearing you. It's a little bit of echo was there, but it seems like it's gone.
You can't hear me. Isaac, you can't hear me. No, me not hear you.
No, man, I mute so that your mic don't chip out.
Oh, sorry, I can't talk. Okay, all right, fine. Good. My people in the chat room, can you hear me?
Yeah, they're hearing you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
They're saying they're hearing you. Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. Let me just finish up. We're gonna have to come back next week and do. Hopefully next week I talked to Verizon a while ago and they're telling me a different story than what they've been telling me for the last 4 or 5 weeks. So we shall see. So we won't be able to show you the video, but you can't hear me, Herb. You can't hear me, Isaac.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
But
great.
I was talking about the police commissioner before we had technical issues. And let me just say that people associated with several organizations, including the PSOJ, they have personally told me that they're only impressed with the police commissioner when it comes to PowerPoint presentations. They said he's good at that. But remember this, PowerPoint presentations cannot make arrests. They cannot conduct investigations. They cannot obtain intelligence. They can't do anything. Anybody can do a PowerPoint presentation. And this is what they told me. Those same folks have told me, Mr. Police Commissioner, that you don't know what you're doing. And for the good of the nation, they would like to see you go. Privately, they're praying that you recognize you're a colossal failure and that you leave unceremoniously. Right? They're hoping that you leave. Them don't want to come out and tell you because of your connection to the Prime Minister. But they've told me that they're just hoping that you realize that you don't know what you're doing and that you would just leave. Right? There is a legal concept called res ipsa loquitur. It means the thing speaks for itself. And hold on 1 second, I move my headset. And with that concept basically says that something happened and you don't even need to argue about what happened because it is so plain, so apparent, right? Let me say this to the police commissioner. Sir, we don't need to argue about your continued failure at the helm of the JCF. It speaks for itself. And it speaks for itself every single day that you collect taxpayers and you go up to the High Commission and you sit in that chair. You don't know what you're doing. Therefore, I am kindly asking you on behalf of the diaspora, on behalf of the Jamaicans at home, on behalf of the Jamaican government, on behalf of your law enforcement partners, particularly those in the US and the UK who I have contacts with, who are extremely critical of you behind your back. Resign and resign now, sir. Take the money and run. You've done enough damage. Please don't do any more. Just go because it's absolutely and demonstrably clear that you have no idea how to fight crime. You have no idea how to be a leader. That man, Chairman Rowan James, is light years ahead of you in terms of police work. That man should be sitting within the community called the High Commission. Or what them call them, Herb, the High Commission? Yes. Or he should be the one running the JCF. Because I found him to be not only articulate, but extremely capable. He knows crime fighting. I've discussed plans with him about how certain things should be done and all that stuff. In fact, I haven't discussed with him. I've listened to him tell me how things should be done in Jamaica. I've learned from him about how things should be done in Jamaica. You would be wise to leave and let him take over the helm, or at least let him sit up there and try to explain to people how certain things should be done, right? And regarding Everton Jarrett, it's funny, I have something to say about him. Family, if you want to criticize me, please remember to focus on the issues and avoid the personal attacks. We are Jamaicans, first and foremost. And our paramount issue should be to get our government functioning for all of us, particularly the poor and the vulnerable. Our main priorities should be, first, the Almighty. Second, family. Third, Jamaica. And everything else after, including politics. Now, this gentleman who continues to be an irritant to most of you in the chat with his personal attacks, let me say that he has been positively identified. I know who he is. But I won't make the information public. And I won't block him except in the event he uses indecent language. I care for him as a Jamaican. And I extend the olive branch for him to join us in a discussion as to how to develop Jamaica to make it a place of choice for us to live, work, raise a family, and retire in line with Vision 2030. That's what I'm asking him to do. So, and I've said it last week, people, don't waste your time. Don't waste any calories going after him. Let him just sit there. And as long as he doesn't curse, as long as he doesn't use indecent language, let him continue writing what he's writing. Because, you never know when this message might hit him. And he might suddenly decide that, you know what? I need to get on that side with those folks. Because they're truly in line with what Jamaica needs to have done to get back to where we want it. Vision 2030. Now, my program averages between 4 to 5 hours. They're long. But I bring facts, not innuendos, not guesswork, not hearsay, or foolishness to your attention. So, if you don't have the time to watch them in one sitting, I urge you to watch them in 1 hour blocks per day. Whatever you do, don't be turned off by the time because there's so much information there. And again, people, forget about Everton. Make Everton listen. Make him write where he want to write. Soon as him start curse, only let me know and then we can block him. But if he's not cursing, let him continue. Because you never know when the message might just hit him. Let him continue. And like I said, I know who he is. I know where he works. I know where he lives. I know everything about him. But what we're trying to do, view Everton as a brother. Maybe as a wayward brother at this point in time. But he'll come into the fold. He's here. So let's not focus on him. Let's focus on the message. Please don't forget, by the way, to tune into Reggae Global Radio tonight at midnight until 2 a.m. and relax with the Rebel. Tonight I have a Lovers Reggae playlist lined up for you. This selection is wicked, wicked, wicked. You will be singing and dancing along to songs you know, and some you'll probably hear for the first time. And you'll hear from some of your artists like Maxi, Taros, Sanchez, Tessan, Beres, Dennis Brown, Ernest Wilson, who I believe he's done one of, if not the best Lovers Reggae song. Listen to it tonight. If you don't know about Ernest Wilson, check it out tonight. And Marcia Griffiths. So tune into Reggae Global Radio. I didn't even get a time to shout out to the people. May the Almighty continue to shower His blessings on all of you, especially Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor. Ma P, get well and come out of that place soon. We need you back home. Desmond, likewise. Paul, me know you listen to me. Ma Jean, Bob, glad you out of the hospital, brethren. Nice talking to the other day. And of course, Mrs. Nelson, our beloved brethren, Herb Nelson's wife. Big shout out to my family by blood relations, choice and nationality, and that is every single one of you, including Everton. Big up the Reggae Global family, the Meadowbrook crew, the Firehouse crew, the Rallington crew, the shrinking middle class and the expanding poor class. I have a video to show you, but we'll do that next week. All of the crime fighters, and the crime fighters I'm talking about, JCF, JDF, and the community, because the police commissioner forget about the community that own a crime fighter too. And that's why him can't fight crime, because him don't include, him don't explain to the role that all of you will play or should play in fighting crime. Him think him can by himself and with the soldiers without any leadership skills. Good luck. All of the maids, my mother, sister and thing, all of the laborers them and the people struggling to make ends meet. By the way, we heard that the unemployment rate is now 4.5%, the lowest in the history of Jamaica. That is certainly good news, and the government should be recognized for that. Not applauded, just recognized. However, there's another piece of relevant news that is not good and is reflective of the economy that poor people have been dealing with, and that is the poverty rate. It has increased by 5% and is now 16.7%. So almost 17% of you are subsisting on approximately 800 Jamaican dollars per day, which is $4,000 per week. Keep in mind that the minimum wage is 13, right? So we are complaining about 13, but 17% of you living on 4,000 Jamaican dollars a week. These are issues that require a full program where we can talk about minimum wage, unemployment, underemployment, growthless jobs. And somebody else mentioned to me that there's something called jobless growth. Talk about poverty, etc. So next week, Professor Kenute Thompson and I will discuss his article. He's written an article, brilliant article on the subject. And so we will discuss this and his views next week. The Prime Minister. Let's talk about the Prime Minister a little bit here. I have been told that the Prime Minister left the US this week after attending the Independence Ball and after attended a coordinated meeting with a select few at the Jamaican consulate, and that he also visited a state-of-the-art medical facility in Massachusetts. To the best of my knowledge, the Minister of Health and Wellness did not accompany him. Of note is that this government is so unprepared and disjointed when it comes to study tours, official trips, etc. For example, doesn't it seem that the Prime Minister is always traveling to further his minister's agenda? Why can't they travel? He's going to visit Massachusetts, look at state-of-the-art medical facility. Why is the Minister of Health not there with him? If you recall, he also came to Washington, D.C. to talk about issues concerning the Ministry of National Security. Where was the Minister of National Security? We had the unprepared and the incompetent the police commissioner who, by the way, let's put things in perspective. When I say that with his 91% disapproval rating. Anybody with a 91% disapproval rating, we shouldn't make an excuse for them. That's incompetence, right? But anyway, he came to Washington to discuss crime issues, and the Prime Minister came along with him. So why is the Prime Minister always just here? You know them say if you have two people in a business and they're always in agreement, you don't need one. So I'm making the point that we don't need the Minister of National Security because the Prime Minister is always doing his business. So why we even need him to come along? Plus he's not coming along. Anyway, I hope that the Prime Minister's tour to the medical facility in Massachusetts will help the poor people who are seeking medical attention at the soon-to-be multi-billion-dollar state-of-the-art Cornwall Regional Hospital. And that's a laugh, people, because there's a video I have to show you of what's going on here. Some of you have seen it. Don't forget, the cost overrun now is in the billions of dollars, right? All of you in Connecticut, New York, and New Jersey, take note that the Prime Minister was in your region for several days and did not reach out to you via a town hall meeting as he would normally do. I wonder why. Maybe he views you as a hostile group. What I can say for sure is that there is growing discontent in the diaspora, particularly in the New York area, regarding his bad governance of our country. Now, Isaac was going to talk about, I think he started about the chapter 3 of the fundamental rights and freedoms. And we will run this series until we have completed all of the relevant sections and our people have acquired an understanding of this document. As mentioned, over the next few weeks, I will compare and contrast the throne speeches going back to 2016, the debate presentations, the sectoral presentations, the 2016 and 2020 manifestos, the 2022 JLP conference, the speeches, the various views with government officials, and I will show you how you have been lied to. I will show you how you have been deceived and how you've been taken advantage of. I will show and explain to you with words coming out of their mouths and things that they've done. I will show you about promises made and promises broken. I will not pay much attention, if any, to promises made and kept. And do you know why? And I see sometimes when the Prime Minister would go someplace and say some things, people jump up and down, Ray, him say we have a new road, or we have this, or we have that, we plant a flowers garden over here, so blah, blah, blah. Yeah. You know why, people? Because when the government makes a promise, we expect them to keep that promise. They get no medals or accolades for doing their job, except if a project is completed before a deadline and they save money, or successful action is taken beyond a promise. For example, if a minister come up with a genius of an idea and creates an initiative
that turns out to be successful and beneficial for our people. Family, we must stop congratulating ministers and the government for doing what they promised and we elected them to do. You don't praise people for doing what they're supposed to do because you give them money already. In fact, they used to complain about the salary, and what happened? What happened? Them get up to 300%. Now you know what happened? MP Lisa Hanna did an article a few years ago, and she not too long ago, and the title was "You Get What You Pay For," and I realized that there are people in Parliament who started using that phrase when the issue came up about parliamentary raise for parliamentarians. Now, what we need to do is hold them accountable. Hold them accountable. If they used to show up part-time because they got part-time pay, they're getting full-time pay now. So what you should do, you should tell your parliamentarian, I expect to see you in my community. Not only do I expect to see you, I expect to see you complete some of the things that you said you were going to do. The promises that you made, you're supposed to keep them. We have to stop this nonsense where somebody come out and say them build a road and we start road in your belly. Road no food, put food in your belly. Jobs put food in your belly. Well, you know, them plant, them do a beautification someplace or whatever. How does that put? Oh, better yet, when them say the GDP rate, that GDP to debt, when them tell you that and say it's going down, you tell me how that put food. You tell me that. Me see one at the JP conference, you know, I jump up and I'm just saying to myself, but them are the same people who don't have no jobs, you know. Them are the same people who unemployed. Them are the same people who underemployed. Them are the same people who have the poverty thing. Oh, I have something I wanted to show you, but Kevin, because this thing here that I have to show you, this thing is a wake-up call. It's startling. I'll tell you about it. We'll show you another time because I don't want to interrupt the USAID, that US government agency, has been in Jamaica since 1962. It has two purposes: reduce poverty and to help communities. Right? Two purposes. And it's been there since 1962, and they give millions. Some of it we don't even know where it go. Right? But here is what's key. One of the reasons, and this is USA, one of the main reasons, if not the main reason for poverty. You know what they say it is? I tell you right now, if everybody guess, who now guess it wrong. Me have I will make there with it. I think I left it upstairs. They said one of the main contributors to poverty in Jamaica: racism, narcissism. We talk about classism because sometimes we shy away from saying it's race. But this is the US government who's been in Jamaica since 1960. The main reasons for poverty in Jamaica is race. They said what happened? They said the white people and the mixed race people, they're the ones who have always benefited. And it continues to today. Herb, go on top. I'm going to go for the report. I'm going to go for people now. Go on top. I'm going to go for the report.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, people, what Mr. Rattigan is addressing has been a problem in Jamaica for a very, very long time. And what I said Mr. Buchanan was alluding to is a part of that very problem itself. Because the only people who get help in prison is people of color. Right? The only people going to prison in Jamaica are most likely black people. Nobody else. things have got to change, and
All
that
right.
means you do need a
Uh,
certain degree of leadership at the top to ensure that
you
anybody who
can't hear
breaks
me?
the law, you good, Ratty?
You can't hear me?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you can't hear me?
Are you good? Yeah, we're hearing you.
All right. Here is this is the thing. See it right? No, let me read you what it says. It says USAID has been actively working in Jamaica since 1962 to alleviate poverty and support various initiatives aimed at benefiting communities. Now, top 10 facts about Jamaica, the fourth largest hungry HUNGRY. Like this. The Jamaica, the fourth largest island Caribbean, is hungry. Then it says, of hunger is based on inequality and racism. Here are the top 10 facts about hunger in Jamaica. And on the number 3, it says, hunger in Jamaica is largely a reflection of racial inequality. With a heritage rooted in slavery, descendants of black slaves hold a much larger probability of residing amongst the poorest classes of Jamaica. Meanwhile, descendants of the white race and mixed race plantation owners tend to be much better off. This is a report that was done since COVID. Quite recent. You can't make up. And we shy away from it. You hear people talk about the 20 families or the 15 families or the whatever number of families. Look how many of them look like weep on the panel, right? We need to redistribute that way. But I'm just trying to show people that what we are saying is said by not individuals, but by countries who make it their business to alleviate poverty and help communities in Jamaica. One saying that. All right. So we have ISAT with today, and I was going to give a little introduction, but I really need an introduction, and I was going to give an introduction on the cases, but the cases them res ipsa loquitur, them speak for themselves. So I had a lot more to say, but we'll just push that off till another time, you know.
You freeze up, Will.
Verizon very unkind to Ratty, you know.
I know. Whoever jamming is just jamming at the wrong time. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess I'll just do my segment in terms of discussing the Charter of Rights. In the meantime.
Yeah.
But just to fall on what was said is anytime I do speak on the issue of racism and we were speaking about that earlier.
Right.
And even classism, but even recognizing that when things are put in place affects only one set of people, and it really is the poor class in Jamaica. And the harsh reality is that the poor class in Jamaica is predominantly the black people.
Yep.
And that has not changed in terms of the treatment from slavery to where we are now. So the only beautiful thing that came out of independence was in 2011, when for whatever reason our current members of parliament and senators came together and in compliance with international standards, They do what they do best. I could be wrong, but I have to think that it was a complete mistake because they prepared what is the most robust and the most significant constitutional protection rights anywhere in the world. Chapter 3 in the Jamaican Constitution is like a good. I'm not hearing you. Right? Go ahead, but I'm not hearing you. That's the only problem.
Yeah.
We're not hearing one word you're saying. And I don't learn this yet. Otherwise, I would assist you. And I know in America, every now and then a lady just goes to a police station and just do this and get a whole lot of pay. I'm not prepared to do that, Ratty. I am so sorry.
No,
But
keep talking.
okay. Yeah, so that is the preamble to speaking about the Charter of Rights, which is the 2011 constitutional amendment. So one can appreciate that our constitution, our Charter of Rights, our human rights was given to us realistically with some teeth in 2011. So those protections is only what is that 12 years old. Appreciate that. It's not even a teenager yet. So in that chapter 3 in your constitution, the Jamaican Constitution, it starts off by saying at 13:1, it says, whereas the state has an obligation, you hear the language, an obligation to promote universal respect for and observance of human rights and freedoms. But it doesn't stop at the state, because all persons in Jamaica are entitled to preserve for themselves and future generations the fundamental rights and freedoms to which they are entitled to by virtue of their inherent dignity as persons and as citizens of a free and democratic society. So you see that your human dignity, inherent dignity, is something that we must always think about when we're dealing with others. The least among us, human dignity, inherent dignity is important. And then it goes on to say that all persons are under responsibility to respect and uphold the rights of others recognized in this chapter. So even though we have this two Jamaica existing, the all persons, whether you're from the elite class, you must respect the human rights of the other class, and vice versa. So a breach of the right to life and a breach of freedom of expression and the social bullying that takes place and the to bridle people and hinder people from expressing themselves and the inhumane treatment because somebody goes to prison, you think that you lose all your rights. All of these things is misguided by those who are in power. Now, the key thing about it is that when this chapter was put into place, they had what is known as section 13.2. Yes, 13.2, which says that subject to section 18 and 49 and to subsection 9 and 12 of this section, and save only as may be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. The chapter guarantees the rights and freedoms set out in subsection 3 and 6 of the section, and in section 14, 15, 16, and 17, dealing with due process and freedom of religion. So, except where it is demonstrably justifiable in a free and democratic society, these rights must be upheld. So when the state breaches the right, i.e. from like calling a state of emergency, they must show that it is demonstrably justifiable, that there is no less restrictive measures to carry out whatever they need to do, whether it be national security, fighting crime, all of that. Yeah, and you must appreciate that. So that Parliament shall pass no law and no organ of the state shall take any action which abrogates, abridges, or infringes those rights. So that is the key aspect that you must think about when you're dealing with the charter. is that you have these rights, and that parliament, government, the judiciary, any organ of the state, they are considered the creatures of the Constitution. So anybody who derived their power from the Constitution is a creature of the Constitution. And this is a term of art. Yeah, mute your mic, Mr. Rattigan, unless you have something to say. Yes, right, thank you. So this is a term of art, so that the people, this is not about money now, it's that if you're a human being living in Jamaica, you have rights, and the people who serve you, prime minister, government ministers, prosecutors, judges, they are, and police officers, government workers, are creatures of the Constitution that serve you. In other words, their service is evident from the Constitution that they are less than you are as a human being. It's not about money. This is about recognizing humanity and respect and protection of your rights. The other aspect that I wanted to appreciate in all of that is that Section 13.5 also says that it binds natural and juristic persons if and to the extent that it is applicable, taking account of the nature of the right and the nature of any duty imposed by that right. Meaning horizontally, you cannot infringe my rights and breach my rights unless you're protecting your own. That is most important. So somebody who is angry that you're saying something by virtue of your freedom of expression is not allowed to bridle you and infringe your rights simply because they don't like what you are saying. And you may have redress in court if somebody who is not a state organ, as in horizontally, is infringing on your rights. Now, that being said, the next question that somebody is to ask is, what are my rights? Well, it speaks first of all, and this is now 13.2, and it starts with the right to life, which is connected to liberty and security of the person, and the right not to be deprived thereof except in the execution of the sentence of a court in respect of a criminal offense of which the person has been convicted. So your right to life, and security of the person is not to be deprived. And I'm saying this to you in the context of a state of emergency, that when somebody locks you down and detain you, they're depriving you of your right to life and your liberty. Because when you are incarcerated, when you are detained, you might die. You might pick up health conditions, and ultimately you could be beaten in the process, and then eventually you die. So when somebody meddles with your right to life and your liberty and security of the person, is a breach of your constitutional rights, especially in circumstances where it's not demonstrably justifiable. Earlier, while I was speaking with Herb and you guys, I was saying that it appears that every single action in modern Jamaica is connected to a breach of your right to life. So much so that if you're not educated properly, it's infringing your right to life. If the health system is not up to par, it affects your right to life. And your right to life is because once you're a living, breathing human being and you have your freedom of movement and everything else that's connected to your right to life, if anything is chipping away on that right, this is a breach of that right. That's certainly how I interpret the right to life, and how the obligations of government is connected to that. Now, that's what's found at 13.2a is that one. And notice how they speak about it, except by the execution of a sentence. Well, I will tell you, in relation to the right to life, we have not executed judicially, because I'm not talking about extrajudicial killings by the police. I'm talking judicially. We have not executed anybody in Jamaica since 1988, and we can't because we are a third world nation who we are a third world nation who we have human rights obligations and we can't breach it. The international community is against the death penalty, and unless you're one of those veto nations that can still do it like America, we certainly are not in a position to do so. And case law, certainly coming from the Privy Council, would have said that it is inhumane. Pratt and Morgan spoke about the death penalty and all of that. And so this is of utmost importance that you appreciate how important the right to life is. The next thing that you look at, and this is your chart of rights, and I get excited about it because if not for this constitutional document, I probably could not have been an attorney. I probably would not have the ability to rehabilitate, and why knowledge is power, and knowing what your rights are. Otherwise, people will just shut the door on you, and that's the end of the matter. Now, the second one, 13.2b, speaks of the right to freedom of thought, conscience, belief, and observation of political doctrine. This is a term of art again, because you must get the freedom to have your thoughts and your ideas, to exercise your own conscience, to have your own belief and observations, and to adhere to your political doctrine. So the Constitution says in the document itself that you are allowed to hold your thoughts and ideas about how you feel about the government, your ability to criticize the government, whether you agree with their political doctrines, whether you agree with yours, whether you hold beliefs that's not necessarily religious, it still nonetheless is sacred. And when you have your sharing, when you have that thought, the Constitution will show you how you disseminate that thought through freedom of expression, because the very next right is just that, freedom of expression. Why is this one 13.2 C? Right, 13.3 C, 2C. Why is this one important? Well, here how it works. If you are to express yourself and you hold freedom of expression, it means that the same thoughts and ideas you are allowed to put in the space and to get your ideas out so that other persons can hear it, and they have a right to reject it and move on or capitalize on it. But any nation, any democratic society that meddles with your freedom of expression, this what we are doing now is exactly that, freedom of expression. So when you tune into to reasoning with Rattigan, and he speaks about the minister whom he loves so much, Miss Camilla Charles, it's his freedom of expression that he's exercising that has become even a form of entertainment, but also educational, because the information is information that you otherwise would not have had, and it is important to the existence and the improvement of your society. And that is the key to freedom of expression and outlets to have. So where you are getting your information, it comes from freedom of expression. So when you hear government is speaking about TikTok and YouTube and this and criticizing that expression, they too are exercising their freedom of expression to criticize persons who are exercising freedom of expression. And that is healthy in my mind in terms of the spirit of the Constitution. Being able to use your platform to express your thoughts, ideas, and beliefs. Very important. because what follows in the chronology is the right found at 132D. Um, this is the right to seek, receive, distribute, or disseminate information, opinion, and ideas through any media. See, it goes along with the same thing, your freedom of expression, and you have your medium, your media, and you disseminate, you receive, you the students, you the guests, you the persons who tune in are receiving the ideas that Rattigan and myself and Herb and other shows like this are distributing and disseminating the opinions, the ideas, and using the medium. And the Constitution allows it. Catherine Daly laughing so much people laughing, them having fun because I made reference to Mr. Rattigan's girlfriend. But anyway, I can't help myself. This is why I was getting in trouble. Anyway, the right to so as you see how the rights, note this, that all the rights are equal, none are above the other, but it sets out in such a manner so you understand it, that once you are alive, you are a thinking being who you are free to express yourself and to find platforms to receive the information. And then after you receive the information, you are allowed to go into groups. And that's where the right E comes in. The right for freedom of peaceful assembly and association. You must have the ability to associate with who you want to associate with within groups, to share your thoughts and ideas, like we have the diaspora, like we have the members of the Partner Draw, the Partner Draw TV, the people from the Reasoning with Rattigan, and the social spaces that you are in. It is so important because just like in animal kingdom, where the people identify with the animals they are, we as human beings, which is a little bit different in terms of, although we are all black, we might not agree the same way because we're thinking beings. So we have to associate with and assemble with our like-mindedness and the things we like. And that's how the spirit of the political parties come together as well. Because you choose to vote based on the political ideas and what the party stands for, and the mandate ought to be the reason why you assemble and associate with that party or whatever. That is what is important. And so it chronologically it sets out how the rights work and the reason why we have these. The next one would have been at F, the right to freedom of movement. And listen, this is an intriguing right, because when you think about movement, you have to think about the state of emergency, whether it be for disaster or whether it be for security. Because you're supposed to, as long as you're a living, free, expressing, assembling, disseminating human being with your liberty and your dignity, you should be free to move. The minute you can't move, you're in prison. And the movement is not restricted just from parish to parish. As a CARICOM member, your freedom to move from any island within the Caribbean is your right. And a lot of times, there's a case called the Shanique Mary case, where Shanique Mary, they had pat her down. I think it was in Barbados, if I am right. And she took the matter to the CCJ, and they had a special jurisdiction in Jamaica, and she won her case. Because as a CARICOM member, you have the freedom to move across. It is the intricacies of the visa situation and how we are classified that has made freedom of movement as a citizen of the world a little bit more technical for third world people, and how people start to class each other by persons who have visas and persons who have none. that kind of chip away on the value of humanity. But the Constitution protects that. The Jamaican Constitution says you have the right to freedom of movement, and it defines it. It says of every citizen of Jamaica to enter Jamaica. And it goes on to say of every person lawfully in Jamaica to move around freely throughout Jamaica, to reside in any part of Jamaica, and most importantly, to leave Jamaica. The Constitution has thought of that. So when COVID was going on and people say, hey, I'm in another country and I don't like it, it says, listen, I'm going to my yard. And people were saying, don't let them in. Don't let them bring their COVID. And the Constitution was saying, no, you don't have no right to do that. People want to come to them yard, you have to let them in. And Mr. Rattigan's favorite person was having issues with letting in people. But anyway, he can talk on that. But at every turn, when it comes to freedom of movement, I'm using these things as examples, because when the Ukraine war was going on and these students needed to come home, Rattigan's favorite person was saying, well, they have to pay for it because we don't have the money, but they have money to go to Kigali and contest the barrier.
Don't start me up, don't start me up.
Sure.
Why can't I behave myself? All right, anyway. So, again, look how Verizon terrible. The echo gone. Nothing is wrong with Mr. Rattigan's mic. Everything is working now.
No sound from me.
All right.
You can't hear me?
Perfectly.
Loud and clear. As long as you don't say anything, they make you. All right, but so at 13.3F, that is the significance of the freedom of movement. And just pay attention, notice that rights is always connected to freedom. Your right to do things freely. And movement is a part of that, because at any time you can't say, as we are now, as you are here saying, Mr. Rattigan says, my show is 5 hours. You're free to stay the full 5 hours. And he has then said, try to watch it in bites, anecdotal segments. That's your freedom. He's actually asking you to exercise your freedom to consume the information that he disseminates. So he's observing your freedom of all those rights as long as you're alive. He's respecting them in that statement in and of itself. Now, the right, which is the last one I'm going to mention. You're not hearing me?
No.
Really? Stop
Them stop you know. You start talking about rights, and that is wrong.
What? Well, I hear mute your mic. Mute your mic. Oh, nobody's hearing me?
I can't hear you. I can't hear you now. Yeah.
Just mute your mic. Right. Just mute your mic again. All right, good. All right, so this is the last one I'm going to talk about until I'm invited again to speak about it. Because next week Saturday.
Right,
so next week Saturday I'll continue, but this one is important because it speaks about the right to equality before the law. And this
what section? What subsection is that?
G. So 13.3.2G. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's important. This one here is important. Equality before the law. This one is interesting because even though the laws are in place, the real question is, in light of the fact that we have 2 Jamaicas, and I'm saying it is a fact, existing at the same time. could be three too, because Jamaica has taken on its own personality outside of the human beings that exist within her. Whether or not how the law is used against people, if there is any equality before it. And when dealing with equality before the law, whether we need a comparator. In other words, do we always need to show that somebody else is being treated a certain way before we say we're not getting equal treatment? But it speaks for itself. If politicians are arrested, they don't arrest them same time, and they're given bail immediately, and they probably don't have to go into the dirty prisons and experience the inhumane conditions, as opposed to a man is suspected of something, and even before they do the question and answer and ID parade, they just go for him and lock him up and him stay in jail while the police investigate. And this is how that aspect of equality before the law is always played out. And you have a right for equality before the law. And so if we are dealing with the law, we are to be treated in a certain way, because every person who goes before the law is cloaked in the presumption of innocence. And if we treat it that way, this is where I'm going to say to everybody that actually the correct way to treat people, including the corrupt six, is to give them deference that they are innocent until there is proof otherwise. And so to tarnish a man's reputation is not in keeping with the spirit of the Constitution, because a man is innocent until proof of guilt is established in a court of law. And so the moral court and the court of public opinion sometimes does not match with the spirit of the Constitution. And we are to give effect, even horizontally, to people's constitutional right. And so one of the biggest criticisms I get is that you are defending criminals, and why you're defending criminal, and because you're a criminal, that's why you're defending criminal. And we go outside of the remit that the Constitution, the very document that is the bedrock of our justice system, is in keeping with your right as a matter of due process to a fair hearing and your right to an attorney of your choice. So please don't curse me if the people choose me to be their attorney and then I happen to do a job that works in their favor, because that's what the law and the Constitution allows for that. And if we respect our Constitution, it's a lot more palatable and a lot more easier for us to respect each other. And I'm going to leave it there, because I want you guys also, along with Ratty, to go through the rights, go over it, and you have your questions that we can talk about it wholesome, because I know I said a lot and I don't want it to be missed, and I want you to understand it, because the rights, this, I walk around with this book. It's the Constitution, it's the Charter, and I walk around with it. It even have my name on it, because it's my Bible. So it's when the church people them come at me have my Bible too. And so when they curse me, I say, but the Constitution say you're not supposed to judge and curse me like that. And then everybody get vexed. But it is important that you know what is in the Constitution, even when you're in the diaspora, even when you're home, rich or poor. And then it changes how you treat the least among us, because if you treat them right, we will get it right as a nation. And that's my contribution for this week. Thank you.
All right. Next week, folks, ISAT will be here. And based on what I'm seeing, and I'm getting phone calls, people are saying that you should be here every week. I don't know if that means at my expense, whether they want to get rid of me and you should take over, or them say it's a good combination. In fact, several people have written and they've texted me and say, hey, you, Herb, ISAT, and there's a lady who comes on Sunday night, Marie. They said we should get her on. Herb knows her very well, that we should get her on. I'll try and get it for next week, and we'll see how things work out. a couple of questions before I open the phone lines, because the phone hasn't been turned on, because I wanted you to speak freely without any interruption.
Okay.
Just want to ask you a couple of questions. The first one is that this Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms was intended, based on what I've read, it was intended to protect everyone.
Everyone.
Okay.
Not just
No,
Jamaicans.
correct. Now, we do have a law in the penal code in Jamaica against boogering. Now, against homosexuality.
No,
But then
so
in-
let's make
in-
this clear. The law,
Got-
the
clear.
buggering law is not a law against homosexuality. We always is a very strange conversation, and the narratives are always skewed depending on who is pushing the narrative. But the law in and of itself is about the sexual act and not anybody's lifestyle.
Good.
Okay.
So then the other day when the Jamaican government decided not to grant permission for that same-sex couple to the person who was going to be transferred to the U.S. embassy.
Right.
Are you saying then that there are two different issues? Like the Constitution, Chapter 3, would protect that relationship, but the act itself, the law wouldn't protect it.
So,
am I correct?
No, you're right. You're right in saying that. And in fact, what took place by that correspondence was international law, and it had no bearing or no effect whether the couple, the same sex couple coming into Jamaica would not have been an issue that violated any laws.
So, why is it then that we had something coming out from one of my favorite ministries in Jamaica, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, coming out saying that the idea of them coming to Jamaica would violate Jamaican law?
And I will, so I will say this without anybody, people say taking a 5-minute bit. So let me put my disclaimer that this is not any defense of any one of these things, but to address the issue, to say that it was a misunderstanding from your friends at that ministry as to how international law works. And that's really what happens all the time when you just put your friends in places and they have to deal with technical issues like international law. Because that person was coming to be within the consulate in the American building, which would allow them to adhere to American laws. I don't think that when people are driving or when they enter immigration would say, are you a homosexual? I don't think the immigration officers don't go around saying that you're homosexual is not a basis to deprive you. Ironically, a lot of the hotels, they have their gay weddings, they have their ceremonies, even though it's not within the law. They have the marriage ceremony, but it's not sanctioned by Jamaican law. And I don't see anybody making a big hoopla or a big issue about it. The government is just caught between a rock and a hard place because they don't want nobody to say, oh, them endorse them things there, and then people to do what the ad hominem aspect of it is going to always happen.
Right, Elaine, let me just say, because they were saying, 1 second, Elaine was saying that, what's going on here? Kevin. Elaine was saying that we have to be careful about the topic, and because Puss and Dog have the same luck. I understand, but here's the thing, Elaine. We're not advocating for one position or another. What we're trying to explain to people is the difference between local law and international law, so that when people start talking, they can have a good grasp of the issues and you don't go out and sound like an idiot. Not you, Elaine, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying that when people get involved in argument, whether it's a religious argument, whether it's an international law argument, or whether it's a local argument on the subject, people can separate the issues, because the issues, depending on where you view it from, legally, it's different. So like Isaac was saying, the act itself is illegal in Jamaica, but the relationship is protected under Chapter 3 of the Constitution. As an individual, you're protected. So we just want to make clear we're not advocating for any position, one way or the other. We're just trying to educate our people so that when they go out, they can talk from an informed position. And in fact, they can go look at the penal code itself, and then they can go look at chapter 3 and international law, and they can read for themselves and make up their minds. Let me ask you. Oh, I'm sorry, Herb. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, well, I wanted to echo what Ambassador Ward said previously, and what somebody in the chat has mentioned is that the person they were asking that the person be covered. Now, usually the diplomat themselves and their family members are covered by diplomatic
Immunity.
immunity. And so they really wanted to ensure that this person who's accompanying, they weren't a diplomat themselves, but they were a spouse of that diplomat, that they would be covered by diplomatic immunity, which Ambassador Ward read the law and said, yeah, they would be covered. But the problem is, Jamaican law does not recognize the marriage of same-sex couple marriage, right?
I hearing you loud and clear. Oh, but the echo.
I can't hear it.
To stop the echo, you would have to mute your mic, Ratty.
You mute your mic, Ratty. It's probably coming from the feedback.
Oh, it stopped. You can continue.
Stop. Okay, good. Yeah. So that the key thing was family members of diplomats
Kevin, I can't
having
hear
the same coverages as the diplomat. That's what it came down to when we spoke about this on another program, right? So part of what I think that people are getting at is that when individuals of the LGBTQIA, what all these letters that they have, come to Jamaica, they want to fly, instead of flying the Jamaica flag beside the US flag, they're flying the LGBTQ flag. And that they're going to adapt certain LGBTQ principles. This is what Jamaicans are fearing, right? And of course, the Prime Minister is going to stand up with all his manliness and profess that Jamaica is a straight society, which is the furthest thing from the truth. The fact
You know what, Herb?
Huh?
You know what? I have a video where they ask him that question,
Right.
And he gave a different answer. I have to play that. I can't play it today, but I promise you viewers, I'll play that video where they ask. This was right after Bruce Golding had said that he didn't want any gay people in this government. And they asked, and he was overseas, and they asked him about it, and he said everybody has a right and everybody's protected, and he gave an answer indicating that he didn't have any problems with it. So, but people, we need to understand that your emotion should be separated from how the law is implemented. Because you may have a religious belief about certain things, but if the law says this is how it's going to happen, then that's different. And there's so many laws out there talking about the protection of the individual and so on and so forth that it becomes incomprehensible as to why the Jamaican government would say, well, the act is unlawful in Jamaica, then we can't let these two people come in because we know they'll be committing the act. Well, the thing is, that's not good enough. That's not good enough to say, well, we know they're going to do it. If the law says, you have a law that says, hey, you have to protect everyone's rights. So I don't know how that would work out. Except that, like Isaac explained, international law is separate from the local law. And apparently, there's no conflict there because they're saying unless you're gonna go spy on these people and go, take photographs of them in
No,
their
but
house.
I like the fact that Vivian Sutton, she's making the point that I'm making. That's the point of diplomatic immunity, is that they're not subject to local laws. We
Right.
have had ambassadors and their kids and even their chef and their helpers. They run over people in Jamaica and they're off on the plane, and it's a matter for
They're
this.
gone. Yeah.
Well, let me
It's a matter for the foreign state whether they're going to prosecute or not.
give you an
So it
example.
was really much ado about nothing, because it was a formal communication which they could have just said yes and nothing would have come out of it.
Well, let me give you an example. I served in a country where homosexuality is punishable by death,
Death.
and they've killed people, and they continue to kill people in that country. I want to kill people. There was a U.S. charge. He wasn't a full. He was for the ambassador. That's a term they use when you don't have an ambassador in place. They call him a charge, or when the ambassador is gone, then the charge. That deputy ambassador takes over. This guy was a homosexual, and he had his lover living with him in that country. And what they said was, "Hey, you know what? You do whatever you want to do over there. As long as you don't bring it out into our society, you keep it over there, and you're protected by international law. And so whatever you do over there, that's your business." And that guy was there for a while, and no problems at all. So there it is, that you have a case where they knew that this guy was a homosexual. They knew he was living with a man, and they also knew that their law said that homosexuality is punishable by death. But anyway, let's move on. I don't want to kill the time on this.
I want to just give one last example.
No, but not one last. Whatever, take the time, whatever you need, Herb.
The head of the JFF, Mr. Ricketts, was on a radio program to which he was describing a member of the Football Association in another parish, call him a batman, right? Now, he was taken to court. He was sued, and the gentleman won the case in court, and he has to pay this man something like about 9 million Jamaican dollars. He refuses to pay. Of course, they went and they seized his Mercedes-Benz, which only satisfied a part of the award. Towards any member of society, because FIFA recognizes LGBTQIA, right? They give full recognition to the group. And technically, Mr. Ricketts is not supposed to be running for another term of office, because the FIFA regulations denies him that ability under the rules. But the Jamaican government itself has not said a word about that behavior under the rules, because the Jamaican government is professing that they're against LGBTQIA, and that the laws of the country does not allow them to give recognition to the groups. Now, I don't know if the Constitution of Jamaica specifically spells out rights for LGBTQIA.
I'll just answer to say that the rights are for every single person. The protection of the rights are for every single person. And I can say, even before we get into it, that the only thing that our constitution is clear on is that at this time, and unless there is some effort put into changing this in a referendum, is that gay marriage is not something that is going to ever happen, because the constitution says it cannot happen at section 18. But anything outside of that, which is why I'm saying it is important to educate yourself. There is the act, which is found at section 76, as raised by Mr. Rattigan, of the Offences Against the Persons Act, which is the buggery and the bestiality the carnal behavior, which is not only limited to homosexuality, because heterosexual persons who commit buggery, as in a man who has sex with a woman in that way, it's also buggery. And the offense is about buggery. It's not limited to that. So we have to understand what the law is protecting, and whether it is in, and even with the law like that, there is nobody, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it in terms of how the law is enforcement of the law. I don't see police officers peeping in people's windows and running into their houses and say, aha, I got you, buggery. There, nobody is doing that. And so the law is so restricted that I really think it's much ado about nothing when people are making conversations about it, because that's separate and apart from the issue of gay marriage and stuff like that. But it detracts from the conversations in terms of protections of rights, because people are sensitive to how to speak about the issue without offending persons.
Let me ask this question. Section 19(1), right? It gives standing to any person who's alleging a
That their
contravention of the
rights,
child.
yeah,
Right.
correct.
And that they can seek relief in the Supreme Court.
That's
Now,
correct.
under 19(4), it says that the Supreme Court can decline to exercise its power if it's satisfied that adequate means of redress for the contravention are available under any other law. Now, let me give you a scenario. Somebody is persecuted because of their religious beliefs, right? In a work setting, and there is an administrative avenue that they can proceed along, where they can in the US it would be like the EEO, right? Equal Employment Opportunity, right? Now, can that person seek redress in the Supreme Court as opposed to the admin forum? Because what
as in internally.
Well, yes.
Right. So all right. So let me tell you how that interpretation works. Adequate redress elsewhere is about the damages, aspects of damages. So if I have an employment contract with mechanisms that says if there's sexual harassment and some name calling in between that, and it can be resolved through the contract, then you don't need to go to the constitutional court, because the contract itself provides the remedy.
What if it's not provided in the remedy?
No, if it's not provided in the remedy, then you have a Section 19. You have a Section 19 claim. Similarly, there are sometimes the law will give you a remedy, but it's not adequate because there's additional things like the constitutional violations. And the courts have interpreted it well enough in Jamaica to say you can bring your Section 19 claim with the same other claims lumped up in a claim form. And the court is the one who has the duty to sift through it and sort it out.
So it's not automatic then? It's not automatic.
It's never automatic. But the thing is, what we want, and I'm saying what we as a nation want is for people to not take constitutional violations lightly, and to be so overtly sensitive that when things happen, you cannot work out the situations within the mechanisms of the law and just give rise to say everything is a constitutional violation, because it is the aspect of the demonstrably justifiable that's going to make the difference.
No, 13.8 is quite interesting for me, right? Because 13.8 talks about the death sentence, death penalty.
Right.
And if I recall, when MP Bobby Montague was the Minister of National Security, he made a public plea to parliamentarians as well as the general public that they should bring back the death penalty in Jamaica to deal with the increasing rates of serious crimes. No, it's still here, even though Jamaica hasn't executed anyone in a long time.
1988, yes.
All right, so it's still here, but section 8 talks about, and I think it's kind of interesting because it says that after this Charter of Fundamental Rights came into being, it says it shall not be held to be inconsistent by reason of the length of time which elapses between the date on which the sentence is imposed and the date on which the sentence is executed. So that means that you could be there for 30 years. And the
Let me,
second
yeah.
thing is that, and the second thing it says, the physical conditions or arrangements under which such person is detained. And I think you mentioned earlier about a man who was in prison for 50 years and the terrible condition he had to undergo. I find it
Yes.
strange that the government would sign off on this, saying that we don't care what conditions you're in. If
No,
you're
so I'm gonna respond to that. Remember,
Okay.
you know, our final court, which is why when we have these conversations, here's why. Here's my input. There's a referendum that's ripe, you know. And these things are what is important because the law, certainly since my short time as an attorney, so many matters have gone to the Privy Council, which has ended in the favor of the Jamaican people. That when this was an answer, this particular aspect was an answer to Pratt and Morgan, where the Privy Council says that to keep a man in conditions as they did, they freed Pratt and Morgan, you know. They were on death penalty in perpetuity, not knowing when under the Privy Council, our final court, did look and say the conditions in Jamaica is disgusting and need to be changed. It's in a judgment. And that based on that, it is cruel and inhumane punishment to keep a man and he doesn't know when you're going to 5 years pass and you haven't carried out the death penalty in conditions that we know. He's just there, not waiting. And they have spoken on this uncertainty in conditions that we spoke about earlier. But the Constitution allows for it. But as I said, Jamaica is a third world country that has the answer to its international people who are against the death penalty. So when they want money from Amnesty International and the UN and all of that, they dare not try to execute somebody. So when politicians come to podium and they say, oh, we're going to give you the death penalty for this, they're not frightening anybody. I would want to see it for myself, but I'm not calling anybody's bluff. But they cannot, as a matter of international law, notwithstanding what our Constitution says, execute anybody. They simply don't have the resources and the independence to do that.
Okay, Herb?
Yeah, it's fascinating to hear the way that there are cutouts in the Constitution. Cutouts a death penalty, cutouts when it comes to the other stuff we've been discussing. And I think a lot of people are not fully educated. Are we, I said, going back to educating at the elementary or secondary school levels to bring the civics and the other important subject matter, as well as what we spoke about before, which is educating prisoners themselves about the law so that they can defend themselves if they don't have an attorney. Education and the law. How do you bring things up into focus and in balance?
I'm that's the best question you ask, because I've all from I've been going around advocating for human rights. I said I was of the view that when a child is born, he's to be handed his birth certificate, the Constitution, and whatever religious paraphernalia that is necessary according to his family. It's whether it be the Bible, the Quran, the whatever religion that you're doing, but you must educate them in rights, the instructions to what makes you a human being and what gives you human dignity. Because children are receiving information outside of spaces that we can't. You can't tell picnic again for go around the corner. Grown people are talk. Because the very thing you're talking about, they turn on YouTube, the cartoons are teaching them, the content is always pushing a different agenda. So we are a little bit, respectfully, I hope I'm not saying it the wrong way, we're a little bit backward in terms of how to educate the future. And we don't think about the future enough. So when you ask that question, that is the mindset and the headspace we are supposed to be in as a nation. How do we educate the future to prevent them, if you're from Rallington Town and Arnett Gardens and all of that, to prevent them from wanting to be in gangs or be pushed aside? So when your favorite commissioner comes on the podium and says 13-year-old and 14-year-old gang members and violence contributors, you're referring to young people that need guidance as men and women who are gang members and stuff like that, and you stigmatize them and don't help people to escape poverty. We are in the wrong place, and the Constitution is where you get your power from. So regardless of your religion, you have to be educated in the Constitution, because you'll feel different about yourself and different about violations. And so say when you buy your patty, you pay your taxes, and so you can run off your big mouth because they work for you. And the Constitution says you are the human being and they are the creatures. If you know it, you will feel different, because no matter where you live, rich or poor, if you decide you're going to take up a dog, your dog is your creature. I'm not disrespecting our leaders, I'm just showing about how the Constitution puts them in relation to humanity and human rights. Your servants are creatures and you are the human being. I don't know how else to explain it, but it's the Constitution say, not me.
There's an important aspect
Mm-hmm.
to when the Privy Council rules against the government for a particular prosecution, or
Mm-hmm.
even when the Supreme Court finds that individuals who are being prosecuted,
Mm-hmm.
that it was not legally done.
Right.
What is the punishment when you take somebody to court knowing fully well that that person, there's a case I heard of that an attorney on Waterhouse Vibes brought up. She said the DPP took a case to trial knowing that this rape this individual is accused of, that his DNA was not did not confirm he was the rapist, but she still took it to trial. Now there has to be something on the flip side,
Mm-hmm.
because if this constitutes malfeasance or some other crime on the part of the person, we call it malicious prosecution here in the U.S., and
Right.
that prosecutor subject to criminal charge or lawsuit. What's the deal with our constitution in Jamaica?
No, so that's the thing. So section 19.1, as Mr. Rattigan pointed out, and I'm calling out the section so people can kind of,
Right.
when they hear something, it plays in their mind. But section 19 says that if you have a gross with a creature of the Constitution, I'm using the language, and I'm just making it clear that I'm not being disrespectful. I'm using the language so you can appreciate it. You as the human, when you have a gross with an organ of the state, the creature of the Constitution, you are to bring a section 19 claim, and the redress you couldn't otherwise get from the criminal court, you get in the constitutional court, who looks and says your due process was violated, your liberty was taken away, you were dehumanized because you were placed in humane conditions. There are sometimes some of these cases we as lawyers can't put it out there, but you need to know that there are young men and sometimes women who are there put into these prisons. They are innocent, and when their convictions are quashed and they know that either statements were taken properly or witnesses told lies, that they are freed, but when they are freed, they were in prison. Some were raped, some got HIV, some lives are destroyed. If you're a young man and you had your family, you come back home and the very police officer that was investigating your matter that sent you to prison is now your big son. Him little brother is the policeman father. Then it's all mixed up. And what the Constitution does is allow you to get the redress, and the only thing they can give you when once you're still alive is monetary damages, and then you have to deal with the Attorney General officer of the office of the Attorney General, who simply don't quantify your constitutional violation of anything that should be more than a settlement of probably $2 million when it really should be $156 million. At any time, they should be paying every time they violate somebody's constitutional rights. They should get $1 million US. That's how I feel, because otherwise they won't do it. If the Constitution says that when a police arrests you and it's a wrongful arrest, they take all of his pay, you think him gonna take him? You think him gonna arrest you wrongfully? No. You think prosecutors would prosecute maliciously if they had to pay the bill? The sad thing about it is that when the state violates constitutional rights, it's the taxpayers who pay for it. And so we have to respect the Constitution, and the people that we make work for us have respect for the Constitution, because it's a living instrument, you know, it's a working document that protects our lives and our rights. Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, is Will still there?
I'm still here. Isat, I'm going to ask you one question, then I'm going to open the phone lines. Anybody who wants to call, you can call after I ask the question, because by the time you call me, Isat, you know, he should probably furnish the answer. What is your greatest challenge to Chapter 3? What section of Chapter 3 do you have the most issues with, if any?
Right. So, one, the greatest challenge will always be interpretation. Respectfully, notice disclaimer, respectfully, the document is only 12 years old, people. So the people who were there years ago probably haven't even read it. And interpreting it at every stage is going to be a problem. But my biggest challenge is the two aspects of it. Interpretation. So I stopped at G, equality before the law, and the one right after G, which is H, the right to equitable and humane treatment by any public authority in the exercise of any function. It's a serious challenge, because we have interpreted these sections as saying that you need a comparator. So if I speak about equitable treatment and I said I didn't like the way you arrest me, unless I can find that you arrested somebody differently who is of similar circumstances, i.e. I say, oh, it's because I'm a Rasta man, you treat me a certain way, I'm going to have to find another Rasta man who they arrest like that. And the reality about it is that you're not going to find that kind of disparity. When I took the case of, when I took the young lady, the young child, ZV, the Virgo child, who Kensington Primary said she couldn't come to school because she had lice and jonjo. The court was telling me that I needed a comparator, and a comparator would not have been a white girl or another race with hair that's more likely to have, respectfully, lice and jonjo rather than the 9F here. And it just, the interpretation of that was very irking for me, because the international law didn't interpret it that way, but we here in this space interpret it there, and there's a little bit confusion. So as I said, the document is young, but it is a beautiful instrument, and it's being changed right now as we speak. And I'm just, the referendum is, I'm on my toes where this is concerned, because in change.
All right. Let me stop you right there. Caller, go ahead, please. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan.
Hey, Ratty. So I have a
Hello?
question. Are you hearing me?
Hello?
Yeah, we
Are
hearing
you
her,
hearing me?
Ratty. We hearing
Oh,
her.
you hearing her? Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Clearly.
Hello? Uh,
Hey, I'm hearing you.
okay, all right. Go ahead. Go ahead, please.
So my question is, you just spoke about just now about the whole thing with when people are being arrested, how they feel, how they're treated, and so forth. Do you feel like in Jamaica, like any other country, you will find people that they stand together? But in Jamaica, everybody's scared because they're scared to come out because they're scared to die. Nobody's willing to stand up for something. I was brought up in Jamaica. My parents always tell me stand up for something or die for anything. So I was brought up with that attitude, and I didn't care who you were, which part of society you came from, or I don't care. But I noticed that every time that we have something or something happened to someone, not willing to say, okay, this is my brother, this is my sister, this could be me one day. So we're willing to just say, you know what, I'm not saying nothing, yeah, man, because next thing I'm going to sit, I'm going to lose my life or my family lose their life. So don't matter what it is that's in that constitution, will it ever get better? Because if we're not willing to stand up and we're not willing to fight, we're not willing. I think that the day that Jamaicans are willing to say, you know what, I'm ready to die. Not that you want to die, but
Oh, I'm not
you
ready to
know,
die.
if something happened, it happened. No. You know
Yeah.
what I mean.
No,
I
no,
mean
no,
to
no.
say that,
I'm making light of a situation, but let me answer you to say something about this beautiful constitution. Um, it has everything in it that can institute change. The document is very progressive. I'm a small, insignificant, two-time convicted criminal that came to Jamaica, and when the prime minister and his government was using the states of emergency as a serial constitutional violator, myself and another young lawyer, two other young lawyers, we took the matter to the court. When all the big attorneys says it couldn't be done, it was done by a habeas corpus and a judge in the constitutional court, in the Supreme Court, that the Constitution says that the court is a judge of the Supreme Court says we were right, and we catch a lot
but
of
do
bullying
you
and a
notice
lot of
that though?
evil. Yes. Huh?
But do you notice something though? You were one of those that was willing to
No,
push,
right, but I'm
but
saying the thing.
not but not every Jamaicans are. And until we all are ready to push like you, I'm not saying
Mm,
you have to be a lawyer. I'm saying we all have to as together. It's like divided we fall or united we stand. And
but
I
the
think at
problem.
this junction, huh?
No, man, I'm saying the problem with that is that the divided we fall and united we stand is there is two Jamaicans. I would never be telling the mothers and I would never be telling ghetto youths to stand up. I'm actually telling them that when the police come for them, they're to be very calm. They're not to push up their chest, and they're to just take the abuse and go into prison. In fact, they should say, please arrest me so that I can get my $4 million a day, because you can get it.
Yeah,
So there
yeah,
is
I
an
understand
approach
that.
to it. There's an approach to it. And I can speak for you, and I can share with the public that before I became an attorney, life as a deportee is not good. You could be in Montego Bay and something happened on your avenue in Kingston, and them call you and say, where you there? Shots were fired. Is must you do it? That's just that. And the same thing goes for people who are from the ghetto. Shots fired, and because you was rubbing out your hand middle from morning, is must you do it? Because that's the level of
Yeah,
investigative skills, and we have to deal with the reality that is on the ground. But you are right that we must recognize the abuse, and we must know that when you violate the rights of one of us, it is a potential that you're violating the rights of all. If we uphold the rights in the Constitution, we would have a different nation. That's just how I feel.
So yeah, that is true. But what I'm saying, and I've shared this with Ratty already,
Mm-hmm.
I have done a lot, and because you know, inside the Jamaica, outside the Jamaica, I am dieharded Jamaican.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I I I grew up in so-called, I would say, privileged than some, but that never made me or made my parents. My parents never allowed us to ever act that way. And like I always tell people, I know people from down a gully in a Mobile to all the way up to the government, to the prime minister's office. But and I act the same way with everyone. And the thing that I hate about, and I moved back to Jamaica in 2012, and I left there 2014, because I could not deal with the bureaucratic bullshit, excuse my French. And then on top of it, it was like, everybody, oh, come, do this for me, do this for me. And they want me to be the one to fight for them. And I say, okay, then I don't mind being the forefront. I don't, because I have a broad back. But what are you going to do? What skin are you going to put in the game? And that's what I'm saying. We, as what we call expats, or whatever you want to call us, we should come to Jamaica and fight for a better Jamaica, because we know, my grandmother said, we have to fight. I must fight. I heard that beat into my head day in mother. But at the same time, we're coming
Mm-hmm.
there, and the people that live there, that we want better, they don't care to want better. They only want better if I am willing to fight for them, take the slaps, and then you come and reap the sweetness. That's what I'm talking about. United. We have to unite. Like, when are we going to unite? When?
All right.
Because the Constitution, don't matter how you put you slice and dice the Constitution,
All right.
or how you want to put it. If we're not willing to fight, it's just ink on a paper.
All right. Nicole, I tell you what, I have an answer for your question, but let me take this other call, right? You can call back if you feel like, but let me just grab this other
No,
call.
no, I'll hear you. I'll hear it
Okay.
afterwards.
All right.
All right, bye.
Yes, caller. Good evening. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan.
Yeah,
Hello.
evening.
Good evening,
Sir
sir.
Rattigan,
Yes, sir.
got a quick question about the Constitution and as pertaining to member of parliament.
Yes, sir.
Is it within the Constitution that we have this many member of parliament within Jamaica? Because I know they're trying to make Portmore a parish. So obviously they're going to add more MPs
Yeah.
onto our thing. So which is more salary that we'll be paying.
Well, let me just
Ah.
turn your attention to asking you whether or not it's enshrined in the Constitution. Let me turn your attention to Chapter 5, entitled Parliament, and section Part 1, Section 34, and Part 1, Section 35. They talk about the Senate and the House. 35 and 36. They talk about the Senate, the House, and the Senate, the House, and Parliament. And one of my favorite uh, sections in the Constitution has to do with Chapter 4, Part 1, 34, where it says, there shall be a Parliament of Jamaica, which shall consist of, first entity mentioned, Her Majesty, which is now His Majesty, right?
Yes.
So people need to understand that King Charles III is part of our Parliament. In fact, he's the first entity mentioned, the monarchy, Senate, and a House of Representatives. Now, it talks about, which is Section 35. It says the Senate shall consist of 21 persons. So
Okay.
it's specific. And then with the House of Representatives, it goes on to say the House of Representatives shall consist of persons who being qualified for election as members in accordance, blah, 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 blah. So they set out steps right there to determine the number of people. So I understand what you're coming from. You're saying, well, if they make Portmore the 15th capital, then
Parish. 15.
sorry, 15th parish. I'm corrected. Then you're gonna have more representatives, and then you're gonna have to have more salary. They can, and they have the numbers right now. The government has the numbers. They can easily amend the constitution, as they just did for the DPP. They can amend the constitution. The problem is that I don't know if this is a deeply entrenched or an entrenched provision, because if it's a deeply entrenched provision, it would need a referendum. If it's an entrenched, it would need 2/3 of both houses. So I'm not quite sure if this is a normal or a deeply entrenched provision. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, because just looking at the numbers, the increase in pay is a 300 it would be somewhere between $300 to $400,000 increase in it
Right.
from the last pay bill.
Well,
So I'm saying, why do we really? I think we only need 14 member of parliament, and then each member of parliament would have again their councillors for each division across the parish, which would make sense because those are the grassroots people, and then you will have one mayor per parish, and that would have sufficed,
all right.
and we could have saved in an excess of $1 billion on our pay bill.
Yeah, hold on one second. There's somebody calling from Jamaica. I'm going to ask them to keep holding the line, but let me finish addressing the issue you raised.
All right.
The idea of reducing it to 1 PSA per parish.
Per parish.
Right.
Look at the state of New York.
Yeah,
Two senators for over
here's
20-something million people.
But here's the thing. You live in the United, or you live outside of Jamaica, am I correct?
Yeah.
Right. So no, and are you eligible to in Jamaica?
No.
All right. Do you pay taxes in Jamaica?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right. So you should, if you taxes, you should get enumerated.
Be eligible.
But be that as it may, the people in Jamaica, they have a voice too. And so one of the things they're gonna take issue with the fact that, okay, you're telling us that we should, because everybody that I talk to, they love them MP. Very few people don't love them MP.
Yeah.
I'm just being facetious. A lot of them hate them MP, but them just won't come out and say it. But it will be extremely difficult to change the constitution and say, okay, we'll just have one MP. I mean, I like the idea, but I just don't see it happening. If you understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I do see that. And that's what I'm saying. So and as you said, I'm gonna try and look to see what constitute how much MPs fresh.
It's done. I think it's done. I have to go back and look. I think it's done based on what they call it, Herb? Not redistricting. What do you call it?
Division.
The population. I think it's done by population. Right. So there is a vision for that.
But a third of the country live in Andrew. So therefore there should be more Kingston and St. Andrew more than the rest of the country.
No, because they do it by division, like they said. So I guess it doesn't really matter how many people live in that division. You know what I mean? But anyway, let me grab this call. All right, what's the point you raised to be explored? All right, thanks for the call. All right, caller, good afternoon. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan.
Yes, Ratty. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to the rest of your panel.
English panel, sir. Yes, go ahead with your question, please.
Yes. So you mentioned earlier that America came out with a report about what is causing the poverty in Jamaica.
Yes.
It's kind of ironic that they come out with that study when they have serious issues here in America, because we see that the black people here in America is 40% of the population, but they only control 0.05% of the U.S. economy, so they need to look into their backyard also. But I want to say something what Isaac was talking about a couple of weeks ago while he was on Andre Stevens program. He said something quite and he said trauma. He said we suffering from trauma. We are traumatized, and I think we have to go into that, delve into that a little bit more, because that is one of the things that's preventing us from moving with other race of people. We are deeply traumatized from the experience of slavery and colonialism. That damage that it did to the mind of black people was never corrected. Some traumatized people and don't even know it. We're trying to use religion to solve trauma. No, you have to use psychology. You cannot use religion to solve trauma. If you have a psychological problem, you have to have a psychological solution. They come with religion and then they give you a savior who doesn't even look like you. So you are married to some savior that don't look like you, not have your culture experience. Just like how they have that King Charles. That is not, that's not an African king. That is a European king. So we have serious psychological problems as a race that we are neglecting to address. And if we do not address it, we're not going to see no change, because it is the people that affect change. But if the minds of the people are disorientated, how are you going to affect change?
How do you suppose we cause that change?
It's
What's your plan?
psychology. I would, if everybody is listening, you can hear my voice this evening. Go to YouTube and YouTube Dr. Amos Wilson. He's one of the leading psychologists that's past, but his work is still relevant. Dr. Amos Wilson, to correct our issue as a race, because we have serious psychological issues that we are not addressing. We are leaving
All
the
right,
problem.
let me ask you a quick one. Do you know how old he was when he died? Dr. Amos Wilson?
He was, I think he was a little over 51.
Okay, and do you know how long he was practicing psychology?
At least 30 years.
Okay. No, he was practicing for 30, and look at the state that we're in right now. So discount it. I'm saying yes, we should look at it, but we shouldn't comfortable with the idea that, okay, if we listen to Dr. Amos Wilson, then that's a panacea. We can solve everything. It's going to take more than that point I'm trying to make. And let me get back. I haven't forgotten your point. The point about America having racism. Yes, it's true. But here is my argument. My argument is simply this. If comparing what's going on in Jamaica, start looking at overseas and looking, then we'll never address the problem. Hold on, let me finish. Because the thing is, I noticed something that you didn't say though. You did that USAID was wrong in its assessment. You didn't say that. So if they're right, we don't need to look elsewhere.
But they are closely. You said that they're not associated, but they are. To the contrary, I would say that they are, because you say in Jamaica, a society that's predominantly 98% black. But how much economy do those black people have? How much of the economy does those black people run?
No.
It's similar to US.
No. Hold on a second. I think here's the point I'm making. I'm not saying, in fact, I'm saying that racism is a problem in America. But this is startling to me when USAID, that's been in Jamaica since 1962, they come out and say one of the leading causes of poverty in Jamaica is inaccessibility to wealth, and also racism. I'm saying let's take that and look at it and address that. Forget about what's going on in America. The people in Jamaica worry about what's going on in Jamaica. Look, when a man is home in Jamaica, when you tell him, say, hey, them are people in America who not eating, that not full in belly. Him still want to know what you going to give him tonight for eat. So let's focus about what going on elsewhere.
What we can do, one thing we can do.
Urbanize that. I have to take a quick leave. Somebody's bringing the bell. But go ahead, caller. They'll engage. I'll be right.
Yes, one that we can do is reorientate our shopping habits. You see, if we stop go Mr. Chin, go buy Mr. Chin food, and stop go Mr. Hassan, you so go spend your money, and spend your money with somebody who look like you. You can change the dynamics, because that money will not circulate in a Mr. Chin hand or Mr. Hassan hand. or whosoever, it will circulate amongst your own ethnic group, and then you will lift up your race like that. You spend your money with people who look like you and who look out for your interests, because now that money can come back into your community. When you go spend your money with Mr. Hassan and Mr. Chin, that money don't circulate back in your community. That money leave your community and goes to their community and empower them. But if you talk to people, black people like the Jamaican people like this, it's like talk rocket science for real. It's like when I said to you now, it's probably rocket science. For most person, I spend my money when I want to spend my money. So that the money they leave, it not benefit you, it go benefit that the money there every day. Every day you go to the China man shop and spend it, it a benefit Mr. Chin. So that is one way, reorganizing your shopping habits. Buy black, buy from somebody who look like you and different class amongst ourselves, because it's money. It's economics that drive politics. It's not politics that drive economics. It's the money man them put up the money and run the show. That's how the world goes. It's economics. This world is run by industrialists. You see the politicians them when they get too far, when them do them back. It's just like Trump. When them man do to Trump now, because Trump he was an industrialist, but he back come in, them back the race. That's my little contribution.
All right. Thanks, brethren. Take care of yourself. Be well. Caller, go ahead, please. And thank you for waiting. Hello?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, man. Good afternoon to you and Ratty and Isaac and everybody.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask a question.
Please, he's here. Go ahead.
I listened to Isaac all a while, and I glad that he's on this program. Isaac, tell me something. The other day when you made that statement and you apologize, why did you apologize? I listened to your keynote since the afternoon, since you were talking. I listened to you.
Hello? All right. Hello, he's back. Caller?
Yeah, what I mean.
Yeah, no, the question you ask him is why did he apologize? Right?
Right. That is part of one question, yeah.
What's the second question?
The second question is
all right, while you're thinking about the second question, let him answer the first question. Isaac, why did you apologize?
I think I answered that question already. And again, instead of trying
Caller,
to...
did you get the answer to that question? All right, he's reconnecting. You answered the question already? Maybe he didn't hear.
Yeah,
Caller?
Yeah.
No, I didn't hear it.
You didn't hear. He said he didn't hear you. He didn't get. He didn't get.
No,
I
said I've
answered
that. I've answered that question in a previous space. When I go on platforms.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Let me just stop it right there. Caller, you have a second question? He's gone. Hello. Good evening.
Hello.
Yes. Good evening, sir.
All right. Am I live? Are you hearing me properly?
I'm hearing you properly, and you are live.
Okay. Thank you ever so much for the opportunity. Just to comment on what the American report saying that it's because of racism, and correct me if I'm wrong, and also of lack of access to wealth, right?
It says right here. The report right here in front of me. It says the root of hunger is based on inequality and racism. And then it goes on to say hunger in Jamaica is largely a reflection of racial inequality. With a heritage rooted in slavery, descendants of black slaves hold a much larger probability of residing amongst the poorest classes of Jamaica. Meanwhile, descendants of the white race, mixed race plantation owners tend to be much better off.
Okay. And I agree with that to some extent. I believe, in my opinion as a Jamaican, that the lack of access to finance is a major issue, that our economy needs to be more diversified and Jamaicans need to be invested in because the people of the country is the most important resource. In terms of the racism, which I can understand coming from back then, but to now it has evolved into classism because Jamaica don't have as much diversity as we think we do in terms of race. So we are primarily black people. And this is where good leadership comes in place. And good leadership is about using your best people to impact changes and drive forward young, talented minds so that you can secure a better future. And for me, we have been locking on this for both sides. And in my opinion, I still don't see anybody that is willing enough to take it up. I see very good politicians. I can name a few. I would say Andre Orton is a great one, bright young mind. Also Damian Crawford and Lisa Anna. And for me, the opposition leader has been lacking in terms of how to get the best.
All right, let me ask you this, and I don't mean to be rude to you, but do you have a question? I understand I understand the point you're making, but I want you to engage us. Do you have a question for us?
All right. I have a question about how Buchanan would be able to integrate all of his intellectual capacity and understanding of the law to the normal Jamaican man. Is there any plan how to effect change?
All right. Stay tuned, answer, and thanks for the call. All
right, thank you.
Take care. You're welcome. Be well. All right, Asa.
Yeah, so in my capacity, like I teach at two different institutions. I engage, I help persons, and I use these platforms every opportunity I get to certainly educate people on their constitutional rights. And a lot of my humanitarian work is just that. You can't save everybody, but I'm just one. And I know that in the future, there will be like-minded persons like me who appreciate the Constitution, who understand the importance of blackness. And I have to say that it's not a race war, but if the U.S. report can make it so clear that there's a race distinction, then when addressing Jamaicans, we cannot pretend that we have a sect of society being the black Jamaicans that needs to be educated separately from the other set of Jamaicans who are from the privileged class. And so once we certainly what I do is try to educate the least among us.
All right, thanks for the answer. Caller, go ahead, please.
Yes, Mr. Rattigan. Good evening, Mr. Rattigan. Good evening, Isat, and good evening, Mr. Nelson. Now, we all are aware that the several problems in Jamaica, especially with the governance issue. And one of the major problems that Jamaica is faced that we do not have any accountability. It is like a sweetie shop. You know, everybody's allowed to do what they want to do, and nobody holds them accountable. Let me give you an example.
Okay, go ahead, please, because I was going to ask you something. But go ahead, please.
So the other day I was on the internet running through, and I popped up on the government's favorite radio station. When I popped up on the station, I heard a news that came in. It says that the government of Jamaica, I heard it from Minister Favour Williams, the government of Jamaica plans to give 15 schools security cameras. Now, in light of what happened with Daniel Road the other day, a lot of people were saying that the schools should have security cameras. I agree with them. So when I heard that the government was going to start a program where they would provide schools with security cameras, well done. However, as I listened to it, I heard Minister Favour began to tell the Jamaican people how much money it would cost to provide 15 schools with camera. Now, Minister Favour Williams said, and I quote, they've done an assessment and it is going to cost them $1.5 billion with a B. 1.5 billion to provide 15 schools with security camera. Now, Mr. Rattigan,
Yes, sir.
which camera in the world costs 1.5 billion dollar now?
Well,
That is the question that I.
Let me make an argument for her. Maybe she misspoke. Maybe she meant 1.5 million. But then 1.5 million, I don't think that would be enough either. To
All right.
right.
Oh, I'm glad you raised that point. And I was so puzzled by it. I had to replay it several times. And after I heard the audio, still in doubt that I had to go and search for an article which shows that it's 1.5 billion.
Tell me where we can
and not
find it,
1.
because I'm gonna do a special on her real soon.
Yes.
To show how ineffective she is. Just what's the name of the article?
It's the government radio station, it depends. NNN. All you have to do is just type in government, get Jamaican government security camera, and you go to the article, come up with the big 1.5 billion in your name.
When was this interview conducted?
I believe the interview was conducted maybe about last week, to be exact. Or this week, I mean. Yeah, Wednesday this week. But Mr. Rattigan,
yes,
what I'm saying to you that I did that work of my own. Remember, this is what I want people to see, because not a lot of people giving highlight to this. But let me tell you why I want some light to be shed on this. They haven't purchased the camera as yet. I have done my assessment. Minister Favorite Williams said 15 schools supposed to get cameras and them are going to use 1.5 billion. Let us say that they were going to divide it equally amongst the 15 schools. So that means each school would be getting 100 million. Now for the 100 million, Miss Favorite Williams said they'd want to buy 16 schools, that each school is supposed to have 16 cameras for it to be effective. So you mean to tell me that 16 camera 100 million? And me go up on Google, and when me Google, me say 16 camera for 3,000 US. 3 US is 450,000. And another set of camera, a 16 them wanting, Mr. Rattigan. I dig and research and I find 32 camera. So I'm giving them more than the 16 what them asked for. And guess what? It's 4,000 US. For the 32 camera. So I don't understand the rationale. I believe this is how they siphon and finger fear the money, because we all know that if the scale it don't balance, they will say that 100 million for do something and then the rest goes to their pocket. Which civil society, which body, which agency is going to watch over this like a bulldog?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm glad you raised that point, because it dovetailed an answer for Nicole. Well, at this point, though, I'd like to bring in Herb Nelson, being very familiar with school security, and have him give his opinion on what you just said. All right, so thank you for the call, and stay awake, because I tell you what, we like you who pay attention to being done and what's being said, right? Because a lot of us, we don't, and I must commend you on that. And I'm going to look up this article, so stay tuned, listen to Herb's answer. All right,
Sir Rattigan, we not stop ball up murder. Big up on yourself. Take care.
All right, cool. All right. Herb,
Rattigan, Herb, before you start, I'm gonna have to get part now. You hear?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. That's Garvey. Hold on 1 second. What was that I said?
Yeah, I was saying I'm gonna have to take my leave now.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rattigan.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, Rattigan. What was that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I was saying I'm gonna have to take my leave now. Yeah, I was saying I'm gonna have to leave now.
Okay.
All right. But you will see me next week.
Right. No problem.
And I'll try to block more time.
All right.
So thank you. You guys have been great.
Thank you so much, my brother.
It was a pleasure. And
Isaac Buchanan.
All right.
All
Grateful.
right. We'll talk
Salute,
soon.
Isaac.
All right.
Great work, sir.
All right, Isaac. Cool.
All right.
All right. Herb, go ahead with the the explanation or the comments on the camera situation for the because I know you talk about the school security officer program and all of that.
Right. Up to November 2018, when we spoke to Dr. McLean at the Ministry of Education, she's now suspended because of the missing 124 million. And we said to her, you have to save lives outside the school gate, not just on school grounds. And we said you have to protect people As a matter of fact, rather than buy cameras for $1.5 billion, our suggestion was giving certain children, whether they come to school in groups or they use the buddy system, give them cell phones. And we would outfit the cell phones with software, and cell phones would have the cameras on it, right? So think about this. 15 schools, and you have all these kids with cell phones, which the schools can have cubby holes like what we use for mail, right? To leave the cameras, check the cameras, the cell phones in, and when they're leaving school, they can pick up their cell phones and take it with them. But cell phones give you a lot more cameras, a lot more recording devices, and if you have the software, which is School SOS, you can hit that alarm button and it would immediately go to the principal's office if you're in school. If you're outside of school, it would go to the nearest police station. All right? The police can then monitor the situation and they can react to any situation where there's a threat against the kids, or if the kids are seeing something and they want to say something, they can alert the police to something happening out in the civilian space away from school. So having kids with cell phones and cameras gives you the chance to record crimes in progress, gives you the chance to also save lives, save the lives of these kids. Kids who are getting raped and are getting their heads cut off because the rapists don't want them to identify them in any kind of lineup. So that is, as far as school security is concerned, the most injurious thing to criminals is having them recorded. They don't want it. And when you teach the kids how to operate as a group or using a buddy system, right, to record and it will scare off a rapist, it will scare off any potential attacker. So that is pretty much what I can say to spending $1.5 billion on some sophisticated camera system with somebody making 250% profit or something like that. It's ridiculous. So it sounds like a kickback scheme to me. Yeah. Well, can you hear me, Will? I think Will it might be talking to Kevin or somebody. But the bottom line is cameras, when they want to overcharge the way they are, you really and truly don't need to be spending that money when you can, in fact, give a child a cell phone with a camera. And you can brief even in their communities where the kids are subject to be attacked or their parents are subject to attack, the child can hit that button and they can alert the police that somebody's being attacked. Police would use GPS locators to pinpoint where that child is and would then do a dispatch. Right? There are kids that have to walk through all kind of bamboo walk and patches and stuff, and they are subject to being attacked in those areas. So it would give them a sense of security, something that they can react, cause the police to react immediately. Now, there was an alarm system that the Ministry of National Security had, and you call that number at the Ministry of National Security, and you would get somebody on the line. It has never worked properly, and we went through testing it. We called the number twice, call it for 5 minutes, and the second time we call it for 20 minutes. and at no time did it work properly. It was completely ridiculous. So when we realized how ridiculous it was, we introduced the School SOS program, which goes a lot further outside the school gates. It's effective in schools here in America because in schools in America here, the software can be put on personal cell phones also. I just want to make that point. Um, the schools in America here adapted because of the gunmen in schools. So when the school shootings begin, I can't hear you now, Will. When the
You
school,
can't hear me now.
yeah,
All right.
when
I know
school
we have
shootings
Ras Garvey.
begin,
Finish up, listen. Finish up. We have Ras Garvey waiting, but go ahead. Finish
okay,
up.
when school shootings start, that is the School SOS program that they have in schools, where they press that alarm button on the phone. One button sends the message to the principal's office and sends it simultaneously to the local police station, and they'll react. Thank you.
All right. Ras Garvey, go ahead, please.
Yes, Uncle. I was saying Andrew Holness is the Prime Minister of Jamaica. And he invests in St. Lucia from what I learned. And from what I know about St. Lucia, from what I learn about St. Lucia, the policy in St. Lucia, if you invest certain amount of money in St. Lucia, automatically you become a citizen, right?
I'm not aware of that. Let me ask Herb. Herb, is that true?
It's the same as buying a passport. If you're a millionaire and you invest certain amount of money in St. Lucia, in Dominica, there are other islands doing it. They can you can actually buy a diplomatic passport. That means you're a citizen and you're going to represent that country overseas. It's a money making venture. It goes a lot deeper than just investing money. Plus,
All right, Ras
in the
Garvey.
prime
So I
minister's
guess,
case,
I guess the answer is
yeah,
yes. That you
yeah.
can invest in St. Lucia and become a citizen. Get a St. Lucian passport. Yes. So give me the question now.
So what I'm saying, I would like you, like Guy and Herb to run an investigation on Andrew Holness' investment in St. Lucia and see if Andrew Holness hold any citizenship in St. Lucia, because being the Prime Minister of Jamaica, that would be dual citizenship.
Well,
Well,
all I can tell you is that. Go ahead,
let
Herb.
me tell him quickly. We have done deep dives in St. Lucia. And I can tell you the Prime Minister is not a citizen of St. Lucia. Yes, he has money there.
Okay, sir.
Yes, you had his bagman in the office of the Prime Minister took money there after he collected it in Mexico and deposited the money there. We also spoke to the gentleman who set up ADMAT and other front companies on their behalf. I said there's more than one minister of government that has money down in St. Lucia. And not just the JLP, the PNP as well. But the bottom line is, he has money down there. And I guess
Yeah.
that is safety valve.
Ras Garvey, regarding whether you say you'd like us to do an investigation, I guess you got part of the
Yes,
answer.
sir.
And stay tuned. All right. There's much more to come. Just stay tuned.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you, sir. And you both have a good day now, sir. And bless up the item, sir.
All right.
That's
Take
it.
care of
Continue
yourself.
good work.
Thanks, sir. Be well. Somebody mentioned in the chat that they were making a comparison between Jamaica and America. And I keep telling people that it's a false equivalency because I don't care what happened in another country. I just care what happened to my people in Jamaica. Because once you start comparing, then you say, oh, well, Jamaica shouldn't feel that bad because it's bad in America, it's bad in Canada, it's bad in the UK, it's bad here, it's bad there. So, no, I don't want to hear that. I want to hear, oh, we're going to fix the bad that's in Jamaica. That's what I want to talk about. And the idea that, let's say they have more poor people in America, that's true because I share numbers. But if you look at the poverty rate in America, I looked at it yesterday. The people living below the poverty line in America is approximately 2%. 2%. You know what the poverty? You know what it is in Jamaica. In Jamaica, Ruben McCall about that. In Jamaica, it's 16.7%, I believe it is. Almost
Yeah.
17% of the population. It just went up 5%. 17% of the population. I know the poverty level is in Jamaica. It's people living on or subsisting on 4,000 Jamaican dollars per week. 4,000 Jamaican dollars per week. $800 a day. And the minimum wage is 13,000. So you can see what we're talking about. And I don't want to hear about what happened in another place. I just want to know. I want to know and fix what's going on in my country. People and fix the system in Jamaica so that people can actually achieve the prosperity that they've been promised. That's what we need to focus on, because once you start talking about somebody else over here and somebody else over there, you lose focus. You dilute the thing, as I'm saying. And we don't want that. We just want because then you stop focus on who's stealing. Because remember, poverty in Jamaica doesn't have to be 16.7%, Does not have to be. And most of it, I guarantee, a lot of it I can tell you is because of crooked politicians and what they've done with money that came into the country for poor people, and money that they've collected for taxes that should be used to help poor people. And when I say poor, help people. But like Buju said, building a road, that's not prosperity. How does that fool your belly? A man build a road. How? Yes, caller, go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Yes, thank you for taking the call. I heard you a few weeks ago before I was out for a few weeks. I missed a couple of programs, but I heard you saying
Oh,
that.
you shouldn't. Oh, man, you let me down now, man. But
Yeah,
anyway,
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead.
man.
Go
But,
ahead.
but I'm back. But I'm back. I'm back.
All right, good. Good to have you back,
In
sir.
fact, I'm waiting until you get that bank stuff so I can make my contribution as well.
There you go. All right.
But here's the thing. You said you were going to speak to PIOJ regarding, and what I'm talking about are the unemployment numbers where the prime minister is bragging on. So you have unemployment number that's improved, but yet poverty is up. These things correlate, but they don't correlate in the way that they are, where unemployment numbers say go down from 4.8 to 4.5, but yet your poverty rate is 5% up. So I don't believe those numbers. And there has to be a way for the people of Jamaica, including the diaspora, to know if they're fudging those numbers or they're lying or anything to that effect. They're also bragging on the debt to GDP. You don't trust anything like that, because there's an election coming up in no more than approximately maybe 2 years. And I think they're going to be coming out with all these fake, phony numbers, and they're expecting people to believe it. And they hope that if they believe it, then they'll probably vote for them. And that's what I think. Those numbers don't move in those directions that they're going. The other thing is, I wanted to ask Mr. Isaac a question before he left, but I guess I'll see him next week.
Yes.
But it's a follow-up to what the gentleman had asked him regarding to why did he apologize? Because if he didn't do anything wrong, why you had to apologize for something that you didn't do anything wrong? Because I heard his statement before I left. And if I'm not mistaken, and correct me if I'm wrong, Herb or Ratty, I think he was quoting like some language from some entertaining stuff. It was distasteful, but to me, he was just quoting a language from Vibes Cartel, I think, that the entertainers, right? And when you apologize like that, you're giving people credence that you actually did something wrong. And those people were criticizing, apparently they never even liked him to begin with. So I don't know why he apologized for that. Maybe when he comes back on next week, I'll probably call again and ask him what the gentleman had asked him before. Why did he apologize if he hadn't done anything wrong? Why did
he? I think he said that the language, although he was quoting it from a song made by one of his clients, that it was distasteful, and he apologized. So what I would do at this point, I just leave it at that. He apologized. I wouldn't even question why did he apologize, because he's an intelligent man, and he knows why he did what he did. And I've said it to him, look, let's just move on. Leave it behind. It happened, and you did what you did. You said what you said, and so, life goes on. Nobody got killed because of what he said. I think some people agree with you when you say that he didn't say it himself. He said he was quoting from a song. But again, some people found that it was distasteful and that it was misogynistic and it was this and it was that. So, but let me get back to the first point you raised. The first point you raised was about the numbers. No, folks, I mean, we will do the research for you here, but you can go look at POIJ, you can go look at Statin, you can look at their numbers, and
I will.
yeah, and here and I'm encouraging all of the the viewing audience and listening audience to do that, because here are some of the things that some of the tricks that they play. If you get a bushing job just to cut somebody, cut some bushes at the end of the the period where they're looking at the numbers, but then you don't work again for 6 months. Guess what? You have now been classified as employed. You're employed, even though you only work 1 day out of the period. Now, a market woman who bring her produce from country and them come in a coronation market and them come in like on a Thursday night and them she sell our produce Saturday and Sunday. That's full employment, right? Then they don't count people who are not looking for jobs. Those people are not counted. If you're not looking for a job, or as the Prime Minister said, if you're chopping or you're rubbing out your hand middle, you're not looking for a job. Because he said full employment can be achieved in Jamaica. There are industries waiting for people to apply for jobs. What he didn't tell you is that those jobs are what they call growthless jobs. They don't improve the GDP of a country because they're unskilled jobs, they're minimum wage jobs, right? You work, they pay you just enough for you to come back and start over again. You're on a treadmill. And remember what he said. He said the mandate of the JLP is to lift up people from the poor. He didn't say poor class. He said from the working class. So I guess he didn't talk about the poverty class and the poor. He didn't talk about that class, right? He said it's to lift those people up into the middle class. Now I have a question to ask. How many people went from the poor class to the middle class in the last 6 years or 7 years? How many?
Well, that's a good question, but Ratty, another way that unemployment could also go down, you could have people who are looking for jobs and they have not been able to find jobs. And no, they have not been looking for a while.
Right.
So those people aren't included in the numbers anymore.
That's correct.
As a result of that, the numbers drop.
That's correct.
So it would look as if the government has done something to improve, but it's not improve. It's just some people are fed up and they're no longer on the list. Now, a quick thing. I don't want to belabor this stuff, and I appreciate what you said to Mr. Isaac Buchanan and stuff like that. But that apology that he did, you remember, he's an attorney, so he knows that this could come back and bite him one day. Whereas if he said, well, I didn't do anything wrong, people would just use that against him and say, well, he did apologize. So why did you apologize if he hadn't done anything wrong? But I'll leave it at that. I won't even ask him next week, because if he was talking about rights and stuff like that, and it's his rights. It's his rights if he doesn't want to belabor this or talk about this anymore. But what I'm saying to you is, in a nutshell, is these are phony, fake numbers that they're coming out with. And I expect that to go along as they become more and more desperate and trying to get their numbers up into the polls, so maybe you could call an election.
But
phony numbers.
All right. Well,
thank you, Ratty, and thank you, Herbert.
All right. No problem. No, see, folks, the thing about it is simply this, right? That they're playing with the numbers. They're playing with the numbers. And somebody wrote there that the last time there was full employment was during slavery. That might very well be true. Another person said they went from poor to the lower poor. And, there's much to be said about that. Caller, go ahead, please. Hello?
Yes, Ratty. A while ago, I was speaking about this gentleman with the US. Everything that statement about with Jamaica and the US, I think the US was right. I'm not saying poverty is not in America, but look at Jamaica. And they're looking at Jamaica with the way that we can drop our socks and do the right thing. Don't look at another country.
I agree.
As an individual. Yeah. And what another thing again, with the homosexual thing, I believe, look, I'm a Jamaican, but I expect justice. America have their rights, Jamaica have their rights. Jamaica said, and tell me if I'm wrong, Jamaica said that they don't want no homosexual to come there. So they do certain little things and say that they're not gonna renewing certain things. The Americans say, okay, we are not going to renew XYZ, right? So same with America have right, just like the Americans. These people that I'm here talking in America, in Jamaica, it's like America don't have any right. You understand? I'm not against no one. I married over 40 odd years now. I have a wife, but everyone have a right. It doesn't matter who you are. Everybody have a right. So these people, they must think before they talk. Right? America is a big power. And they must think before they talk, because each and every one have a right. Is that Jamaica alone have a right? America have a right too. So if they said they're gonna do certain things, don't jump up on a high horse.
All right. All right.
Right?
I hear you, sir.
Right. Don't jump on a high horse, because they have the right too.
All right. Well,
They have the right.
here's where I leave it. I leave it that, look, they'll figure it out. It's a diplomatic situation right now. And who knows? We haven't heard anything. So maybe Jamaica has decided to let those people in. We don't even know, right? So it remains to be seen. But anyway, thanks for the call.
Yeah, man. All right, brother.
Take care of yourself.
Okay.
All right. Somebody said they would love to see me interview with the Prime Minister. I would love to see that too, but I don't think it will ever happen with him being Prime Minister. Because there are too many things that, put it this way. One of the things that the FBI did was, not just for me, but for everyone, is that they trained it to be investigators, right? And then they sent me to a school called the Reed School of Interviewing and Interrogation. Outstanding school. They sent me to that school out in California. And I learned a hell of a lot. And so that's why I say, and I've put it out there before, saying that you can bring they can bring the Prime Minister, and you can bring the Minister of National Security, and you can bring the Police Commissioner, and you can bring the High Commission. Bring all of them. And I will just have, I can sit with Herb. I can do it by myself, or I can sit with Herb, Isaac, and John Lennon. And I'm telling you, in short order, people understand foolishness from facts. They will not sit down with us. They will not. And I don't blame them, because as inadequate and incompetent as they are, why would you want to sit down with somebody who have all the time in the world, who have all this experience, and people who actually know more about you than you know about yourself? That's one of the things that I learned in the FBI. You make sure, and in law school too, in law school they say, make sure that you know your opponent's argument better than the opponent. And one of the things in the FBI, they said, you make sure that you know the subject better than the subject. Subject meaning person under investigation. You make sure you know more about that person better than the person. Because at the end of the day, we're all creatures of habit. And they say, you make sure you know more about them, because that is the way to successful prosecutions. That is the way to successful investigations. When you know more about the person than the person knows about him or herself. So, that's where we are. We have another, 21 minutes. So if anybody wants to call, the line is open. Herb, he dropped off. So you have to deal with me. Herb is back. Hold on.
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know what happened, but
there he is.
I got kicked off.
All right, no problem.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and look, I was just telling the folks that somebody was asking, why they would love to see an interview between myself and the Prime Minister. I'd love to do it one-on-one. In fact, I've spoken to him. I sat with him for about 2.5 hours. All right? And it's amazing. It's amazing. Oh, somebody said, please mention the mining petition. Yes, Professor John Lennon has a mining petition going around. Please sign up for that thing. Yeah, they won't, Angela, they will not sit down with me. They will not sit down with me by myself, her by himself,
I'm sure of that. They won't sit down with both of us. They will not. Because if they should do it in a public forum and we start asking questions, I mean, all hell's going to break loose. So, yeah. Oh, and by the way, the PM, I mistakenly mentioned that he went to Massachusetts to look at the state-of-the-art medical facility. It wasn't Massachusetts. Stand corrected. It was Connecticut. So, and then he went there, and to the best of my knowledge, the Minister of Health and Wellness was not there. So, it remains to be seen what the Prime Minister is going to take back with him and then brief the Minister, if he's going to brief him, and then go from there. Oh, I will traumatize the PM. He'll be traumatized just knowing that he has to sit down in front of me. You know? Yeah, he'll be traumatized knowing that. Because, like I said, the questions that we're going to ask, there is no right answer. There is no plausible answer. So all he's going to have to do is just say, I'm not going to answer you. That's all he's going to have to say, and that would be the end of the interview. And that goes for several of those ministers. And by the way, it's not just for the government, but also the opposition. Also the opposition. I would love to sit down with some of them, and they know who I'm talking about, because I've been trying to get meetings with them to have them sit down and face the music, to come on the platform and talk to people so that we know what's going on. And they have refused. So it's not just the JLP, it's also the PNP. Some of them, they don't want to come on. The ones that we want, they don't come on. No, I'll give MP Anthony Hilton his props, because whenever we call, he comes on, and he's a straight shooter. I'll give him his props. He comes on. But there are other people that they won't come on, and we've been begging. And I make it a practice that on a weekly basis I invite them. I send stuff to them. I said, please come on the program. I want to talk. And the thing is, the subjects that I want to talk about, I'm not even getting into the deep dive subjects that Herb would like to delve in with them. I'm talking about stuff that they're responsible for. And they don't want to come on and talk. They don't. You know what? We had the link on Fancy Face. We had the link on last week. I don't know if we're going to be able to find it before we close off today. Because again, I'm not, when it comes to technology, I'm a dunce. So Kevin would have to help with that, because I think Kevin put it up last week. Interview the 6th parliamentarian. By the way, we know the 6 of them, We know the 6 of them. We know the 6 of them. And I'm telling you, by the will of God, we will get this foundation going, so that we can then take the information and push that to the Integrity Commission as well. So those 6 people there, they're not having they're not sleeping well these since the report came out. Oh, let them out when they curly. Angela, the other crooks and cronies will never come. Or Ruthlin Matthews, how would them be? Oh, Angela said she knows the 6 of them.
That's nice.
Anthony, yeah, keep the money. Yeah. Oh, by the way, tomorrow, please, I'm asking all of you, if you can, between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. New York time, there's a program on YouTube tomorrow called Waterhouse Vibes. Please tune into that program. It's similar to this program. It's not as long, but the discussion is just as interesting. So I'm asking you, please come on to that program tomorrow, 4 to 6. It's on YouTube, Waterhouse Vibes. And then, of course, from 7 to 10, we have Mr. Wayne Lonesome. He has his regularly scheduled town hall meeting. I will be there tomorrow at 4 o'clock on Waterhouse Vibes. I think Herb will be there as well.
Yeah.
I don't want to volunteer her, but I think Herb will be there as well. And then at 7, Herb and I will be on Wayne Lonesome show along with Maria. So tune into those if you can, tune into both of them, because the subject matters will be different. But if you cannot, just tune into any one of them and we'll be fine. we'll be fine with that. Yeah, because the whole thing about this, and this is going back to Nicole's question. Nicole's question was, well, Nicole made a statement saying that the people in Jamaica them don't want to do anything, and we have to come and we have to do this and we have to do that. Well, look, here's how I look at it, Nicole, and I hope you're listening. Here's how I look at it. There are lots of things that people in Jamaica don't know. We in the diaspora, we know a lot. There are lots of things that they know that we don't know. So what we have to ask for is collaboration and cooperation. We have to ask for sharing of information. What we're trying to do on this platform is to educate people about what's going on. Tell them things that they don't know. Like when we start talking about the bauxite levy, that the bauxite companies are paying zero. Most Jamaicans didn't know that, right? When we talk about the numbers with the unemployment, the underemployment, when we talk about the numbers with the poverty level, they don't know. When we talk about things going on with the Ministry of National Security, they don't know. When we talk about things going on with the Ministry of Health, with the Ministry of Education, with one of my favorite ministries, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade.
Great. Yeah.
So it's a matter of sharing this information with them and then expecting a feedback from them. And then when we take some of the actions that we're taking now, then we start suing people. Then they start seeing that, oh, wait a minute, we can do certain things. And keep in mind that people in Jamaica, and I've been told this, they're at the point now where a lot of them, they're fearful that if they start to do stuff like what we're doing, then they'll become subjects of violence. And so they're fearful. So I understand that. So Nicole, what we have to do is keep on doing what we're doing. And I know you're passionate about, our country, your country, our country. And so we have to keep pushing the information. And once we get the foundation going, then we start holding the government really accountable. And I know, Nicole, that you have some stuff that you want to do with in the medical field as well. And we're going to support you. Right? So that's how we want to help Jamaicans living in Jamaica. And in this collaborative spirit, because they have things, because a lot of things that I didn't know about Jamaica, they tell me. They don't come on the platform and tell me, but they call me or they text me or whatever it is, and they tell me. So I'm the wiser by just listening to them. And they get something from what we're doing. So it's one of those things where one hand, my mother used to tell me this all the time, one hand is the other, and both hands wash the face. So that's what we have to do. We have to help each other to make sure that we have a better, brighter future for Jamaica. Herb, you have anything you want to say? We have about 12 minutes to go.
12 minutes. Yeah. It's interesting, but most of the people have to go back to where Jamaica's miseducation began. And it really and truly began when this prime minister came into office at the Ministry of Education. It began when he cut out the paying for the free education at the university, right? A lot of it got cut out because he was busy peddling his contracts to his buddy. A lot of things that you need to look at is look at the history of the Ministry of Education. It's the low-hanging fruit. That's where they were going and raping the country, right? And this has been going on since from 2007 till now. Money's missing, and then you don't hear anything about it. There's no transparency. There is no accountability, and everybody is going to get away unless we can put a stop to it. We meaning us as well as you, right? So if there's anybody out there that has information on some of these contracts that were awarded back then by all means, send it to us. Put it in the chat. Don't be afraid.
Right.
Put it there. Right.
And let me just add a piece to say that part of the foundation, what we'll do, part of receiving information, that cooperation and collaborative thing I'm talking about with Jamaicans, not only in Jamaica, but elsewhere if they have information. We're going to set up a platform whereby people can talk to us confidentially and they can provide whatever information it is so that we can vet the information and conduct the investigation. Another thing is that the board of directors for the foundation so far, you're looking at two of them right now, and there's a third person. We will have four people in the U.S., one in Jamaica, one in the U.S., one in the U.K. And I can tell you that we are ready to go. I'm just waiting on the bank. We are ready to go. People are waiting on us to start doing the digging, start doing the investigation, start bringing the lawsuits. We are ready. So hopefully next week, this time, I'll have good news for you. Hopefully the bank will, they'll finish conducting what they need to conduct, and then we'll just start our business. Yes, Patrick, go ahead.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Yes, good evening, Patrick.
Yeah, to you and Sir, your co, Sir Nelson.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes, sir.
I heard Mr. Nelson just mention about transparency and the monies that are missing or can't be accounted for. No, it seems ironic to me that we are talking about certain identifiable place, like the Cornwall Regional Hospital, as an example, and the amount of monies that are spent. And that's just one example. We can't see how the money is going for that. And at the other end of the scale now, the Prime Minister have a mansion. I will see the money. We can actually calculate how much money that costs. And yet the Prime Minister can't account for it. So, something is wrong. At the one end, the government said 14 billion, so much overrun for Cornwall, just as an example, just one example. And now when you look at the Prime Minister's mansion now, how much billion it costs, and we can't say how he gets the money to build that mansion. And with Cornwall Regional Hospital, so much money is expended, and we can't see where the money goes. So it's kind of paradoxical to me.
Well, Patrick, here's how I look at it. I don't look at it from his residence, I look at it, I go before that, and I start looking at, okay, where did he come from? Where did he work? How much money did he accumulate over that period of time? You look at the basics and then you start from there and come up. Because, when it's mentioned the house, people say, oh, you're bad mind. The man live here and the man live there and blah, blah, blah. No, what we start doing, when you start talking about accountability, you look at it across the board. Now, at some point, if he cannot explain his wealth, then the house will come into it. But I don't want to start with the house. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I understand your position.
Right.
I myself, I need not say that to you, but we are following these programs and looking at how his wealth is accumulated. But the house is a significant cost it is visible to.
Let me share something with you. Herb Nelson Jr. has a ton of information on that, how that thing was done. But we're waiting for the foundation to come on board, and then you will see. Trust me. That information about house.
Yeah, but Mr. Rattigan, it's just this point, it's just the corollary to it. I'm just pointing out,
Okay.
One, you see the cost of a building, and there's and that cost cannot be accounted for. And at the next end of the scale, you see expenditure for another building, and you can't see where the expenditure for that building has gone. That's all I'm saying.
No, I understand
as a comparison.
I understand.
Yes.
Yeah, I understand.
Yes, man.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for expressing your point.
Yes, man. You're welcome.
Take care, my brother. All right. For the people inquiring about Waterhouse Vibes tomorrow, at one point there was contention on it regarding some of the participants and so on and so forth. But things have changed. Give it a chance. Tune in tomorrow. Yes, caller, go ahead, please. We don't have much time. Go ahead, please.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, everyone.
Yes, good evening. How are you?
Now, if we could remember when Peter Phillips
turn on your device. I can hear it in the background.
And the same housing thing with Andrew Olness.
Yes.
And I remember at one point, he wanted to take Peter Phillips to court.
Okay.
There was the smoke from then. I don't know if anybody remember. There was a smoke from then when Peter Phillips was talking about his wealth on that same mansion and that house when he was building that house. And he was so uptight and wanted to carry Peter Phillips to court about the situation.
All right.
And it going some bang around,
All right.
speaking and all of that.
Here's what you do for me.
And so on
Here's what you
until it
do.
was crossed down and all of that.
Here's what
Now,
you do. Hit me up with a
this
question.
has resurfaced. And it has resurfaced
Hello, can you hear me,
in
caller?
a bigger fashion and a big way.
Hello.
And now things has become to light, his wealth. Nobody's urging him about the wealth that he has acquired. But we know, we are Jamaicans, and we know what we know. And now we're beginning to understand what's going on.
I don't. Herb, can you hear me?
The Prime Minister and
Herb.
how he has acquired his wealth.
Yeah, I don't think the caller is hearing me.
He's not telling to sway anybody right now who's talking about it. Thousands of people have been talking
Caller,
now.
hello.
He's not coming out to say he's going to sway anybody.
Hello. Hello.
That kind of fish, you know, true.
All right. Look, thanks for the call.
Then, let me finish, please, sir. I'm coming to the end. Then,
No, we don't have much time enough. You have to
it.
make it the
Very,
end. No,
very
don't come to the
quiet
end. Just give me the end right now.
about it.
Give me the end right now.
It was there before. It's coming out more now.
Okay.
And we are beginning to see what's going on
She
and
not
how he has
hearing me.
acquired his wealth. Nobody
not-
grudges, sir.
You can't hear me. You
I'm
can't hear me,
talking about
Herb?
your big house and your how much rooms and mansion. But for God's sake,
All right.
share the wealth now, sir.
All right.
And make we all eat the food now.
Okay.
What you want it for?
All
We
right.
need some of it, too, sir.
All right.
So I beg
All
you,
right.
just
Herb, tell us that we
distribute
have
the
to go
wealth and
if you
make
can't
we
hear me.
all get piece of the pie.
All right.
All right, sir.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. The caller said we have to get piece of the pie. So, there you have it. Let me just turn off the phone right now because we only have 3 minutes left. So let me just wrap this thing up. Folks, again, my sincere apology for what happened today, again, with the technology, but I'm asking you, please bear with me. I've been given so many excuses by my internet service provider, and the excuse they gave me today is a completely fresh one. Never heard this one before. And they promised that they're coming. Not in time for the next broadcast, but I may have to go and seek the services of another internet service provider and cancel this one because I just don't have the time to fool around. We have so much information to share and we have so many things to do, and we can't be just keep, after a while it just gets old for me, just keep apologizing. But I can't do any better, because if I could, I would. So get the apologies out of the way. The second thing is the foundation. Hopefully by this time next week, we'll have that thing squared away. We're working on the website, and we're working on the confidential line and a bunch of other things. So we'll keep you posted on that. And again, today was dynamic. We had last week was dynamic. The week before was dynamic, because every week we bring on, we try to make it a variety thing, where we get a different subject matter in every week. And even if we talk about the same subject matter, there's a development. So we're not repeating ourselves. If it sounds like repeating ourselves, it's just the background, and then we move on to the development. Next week we're going to have ISAT again doing another piece on the Constitution. Hopefully we won't have the disruption that we had today. But I want to thank Herb and ISAT for carrying on while I was carrying on with the internet service provider. Thank you so much, my brother. Much appreciated. Mr. Finzi, they said I must bring on Mr. Finzi. At some point, yes, we will. Mr. Finzi is a dear friend of mine, and we need to get him on. We will. Herb, go ahead with your closing remarks, please.
A lot of people have interest as to what actually occurred. The Prime Minister came into his wealth. Well, they're supposed to be passing a law in Jamaica for unexplained affluence. And to me, if that law is passed, then the Integrity Commission would have an opportunity to bring the Prime Minister to court on the proceeds of that law. So I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to get ISAT's take on that, but we can ask him next week. But the bottom line is, if you're rotten from the head, then there's, what are the people below supposed to be doing? How are they supposed to uphold the law when the head lawman is not doing it? They're not getting the job done. And this is where this commissioner is asleep deliberately. And so something has to give in that regard. You can't keep somebody on the job that is not going to apply the law evenly and across the board. And so the people of Jamaica, they have to push back against that. They need to do protests against that. This man is busy crucifying a corporal on the force. Why? Because the corporal made them feel uncomfortable. Well, that's not how leadership works. Leadership, you cannot have thin skin. And you have to recognize the fact this man represents more than 90% of your force. So the bottom line is, you got to give the man his due, give him his respect, right? You can always do a reprimand, but the bottom line is, when you're trying to destroy somebody who's doing their jobs and you're not doing yours, it doesn't look very good. I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Rattigan, and appreciate the audience that we have today. And thanks.
Well, I tell you what. Yeah, I tell you what. I want to thank the audience because you guys are diehards. I mean, you have every reason why you could have left and gone someplace else, go do something else, but you stuck around. And then not only that, you're giving me good advice. You're telling me, how to improve the system, and I'm gonna take your advice. I'm gonna try and see if I can improve. I've been trying, but I'm gonna see if I can. I've been trying with the same internet service provider. I'm gonna try and see if I can move away from that internet service provider, and so that we can get a program that is trouble free. Uh, Again, thank you, thank you, thank you. I need you to come on tonight and listen to this Lovers Reggae program I have tonight from midnight to 2. And then also tomorrow from 4 to 6, we're on Waterhouse Vibes. And then from 7 to 10, we're on Wayne Lonesome's program. Let me see if I can take a quick question from the Carolyn, big up yourself. Meeleen, we're not leaving Mr. Rattigan, of course not. Upgrade from the basic to premium. I have premium, Anthony. Yeah, stuck around because you love Jamaica. Yeah, because at the end of the day, it's all about that piece of rock there, And we have to, like would you say, when a man cast a vote, the vote is not necessarily, it's not only for you, it's for your future. Future meaning your children, your grandchildren, your great grandchildren, and so we have to make it right for them. And you'll be in the club, Angela? No, man. If you go to the club at midnight, you're too early. And there's things have changed. When I used to go to clubs, we used to go like 2, 3 in the morning. So yeah. So folks, listen. I thank you for being patient. I thank you for being here. I thank you for being you. And so I look forward to seeing you or look forward to being with you tomorrow on 2 programs. So until then, next week, Reason with Rattigan will be back, but you'll get some more of me and Herb on the programs tomorrow. Oh, and before we go, I have to say this about Herb Nelson. If you're not thinking to say Herb Nelson yet, only not say Herb Nelson yet. Trust me. I know the capability of this man, and I don't know the full capability of this man. All right? I've seen this man do something that's just magical, amazing. And once we get the foundation going, I'm telling you, and the information start flow. Because here's the one thing that we'll do on this program. We are going to out people. We're going to provide information. And you'll see it in the lawsuits and you'll hear it on the program. Because you know what? When we come with information, it won't be innuendos. It won't be guesswork. It won't be hearsay. It will be factual. We will come with the documents and we'll put the documents up and let the people who have an issue with it, let them come and say, that's not the document. Let them come and say that, because I tell you what, they won't. They will not. Because once them once them start take objection to that document, then them going to have to go come out and explain more things. And by doing that, then we will come out and we will reveal more things. And as I said to you before, it's fact, they're trembling, they're shaking, they're quaking in their boots right now. Because every week we come on and we talk about things, believe me, they don't know when we're going to talk about them. Favour Williams, if people notice, we haven't said a word about Favour. But we will. We will. And the other ministers as well. We will. But Rome wasn't built in a day. And we're not going to promise people things that we can't deliver. Because like my friend said, promise will cause heartbreak or something to that effect. Tigo, big up yourself. Joan, big up yourself. Catch you tonight. Anyway, folks, that's it for us. So, Herb, I'll catch you tomorrow, my brother. And the rest of you folks, thanks for being here. We'll talk. We'll see you tomorrow afternoon. Take care. Be well. Bye-bye.